Okay, so what is up, awesome people, and welcome to a completely random stream. I actually did have plans to do this stream, but the Pokemon Direct happened, so this is going to be like what I originally planned to do, but combined with some discussion, which is, I think, perfectly fine. The stream is going to be casual enough, so we can probably squeeze that in fine just anyways. Okay, so the usual shenanigans. We'll do the sound quality test. That's about all I'll need to do for this stream, because I don't have any gameplay going. I'm going to be me drawing, because it seems everyone liked that at the 24-hour live stream, so I was like, you know, I said on stream I was going to do it, and so yeah, I'm going to be drawing, but it'll be 100 times better than what I drew on the 24-hour live stream. Okay, so the usual shenanigans. Everything's all good, music's fine. I'm just having some like really relaxing Pokemon music in the back, so nothing like dramatic and threatening like Dark Souls or anything like that. So good pace change here. Okay, so this is gonna be using Photoshop. I can't use Illustrator. For the life of me, I cannot use Illustrator. Okay, so first I'll start off with what I'm doing. So what I've got on screen is something that I sketched. It's a Farfetch'd, and what I was aiming for was a Farfetch'd to represent kind of how it's gone through the struggle to gain a buff in stats. Like, we all know in Gen 7, Farfetch'd got a buff in stats, so I was like, okay, let's have a visual representation of what would look like after years of training, working hard to get the extra buff and attack. And this is what I came up with. I've kind of been experimenting with a few other things to add to the Farfetch'd, like having a Dragonite skull, which was from like 5th generation that I tried to use reference from. Seeing if that works with the picture, otherwise I can just get rid of my mask and put the leak back in as it's full-blown glory. So for the first part of the stream, while I'm talking about the Ultra Sun and Moon stuff and all that and all the other shenanigans like 2nd gen Virtual Console, what that'll bring to the table, I'll just be colouring it in and doing other shenanigans, and then the other part of the stream I'll actually be taking requests on what to draw and all that. Kind of got one other thing I'd like to draw as well on stream as like an experiment to see what people would like. And as I said, the other part will be like just me drawing things. Kind of similar to what we did on 24-hour live stream, but as I said, 100 times better. So I'm going to try and get this chat in a position where I can actually see it without me having to look up while I draw, which is going to be like really interesting. Oh, you guys can see double. Well, that's not going to happen then. I was like, oh, I might be able to put it onto the Photoshop screen, but I can't. Okay. It has a cube. Oh, great. It looks like it's got a Cubone skull. Well, it's meant to be Dragonite's skull, but it's not, unfortunately. So that's a thing. I mean, I guess it can come up to interpretations. Okay, well, I'm going to get rid of that. I might get rid of the shading for now. That's what it looks like without the shading, by the way. So hopefully when I put the colour in, it does kind of add to the actual Farfetch'd. Oh, I love when my apostrophes don't work. Ah, lovely. That. No. That. Thank you. Ah! This tablet doesn't like my writing. Okay, so we got that. I don't know why I called it Farfetch'd. Normally I draw it, call it colour or something like that. I'm going to need a reference of Farfetch'd of some sort so I can refer to that. And I just need one extra bit. New window. Just so I can see what's going on a bigger screen, because I tend to scroll in quite a fair bit. It's Cubone's Dragonite, which would be Dux's whole body. Yee! I suppose the question would be, how will we get Necrozma? I would say it'd be very similar to how we caught it in original Sun and Moon, or it's going to be like how it happened in Black and White 2 with Kyurem. It could be how it worked in Platinum, except you didn't catch Giratina until like afterwards. I can't remember Platinum, I only played through it once. Or it could be like Emerald, same thing there, like a separate event will happen there. You can have the ability to catch a Necrozma It'd be really cool. Like, I do want to see where they're going with this whole, well, it does look like a Necrozma cross with the two legendary Pokemon. I'm trying to find a reference for colors for Farfetch. Might go for like that type of brown. Oh, what? Where's my attachment? I just realized my attachment's not on the screen. Extensions, Colorus. Don't crash my Photoshop, whatever you do. Okay, there we go. I've got my color mixer up there now. Alright, so Ghost Flying type. Oh, what types do you reckon the Ultra forms of these legendaries will be? It's gonna be quite interesting how they're gonna work that in too. Like, will they retain their original typing, or are they gonna gain new typing? That's my question. Like, the Necrozma's originally a Psychic type, so that mean, actually they're already Psychic type to begin with, so maybe they won't change. That was a stupid question after I thought about it. That brown looks like it'd be a little bit darker. How about that? That's better. That brown's a lot better. Alright. My question is, why Pokemon Crystal? Pokemon Crystal probably wasn't announced, considering it wasn't released in, say, areas like Korea. And the Pokemon Crystal in Japan had the mobile link to it, which means Pokemon Crystal in Japan was originally the first Pokemon game to connect online. It was expensive as all hell, which was the reason why it didn't come to the US, like in the US, Europe and Australia regions. I mean, heck, I would hate to be paying for the internet back in those days for Australia. I mean, heck, it's expensive now to pay for internet. So it could have been why they don't release Pokemon Crystal now for the Virtual Console until they probably solve out some bugs with that to make it like an international release. That's my speculation anyways. And plus, I'm kind of all cool with that because me and Pip Knight are planning to do like a Virtual Console run of Generation 2 when it comes out. But I kind of don't want to cross in with the fact that I want to do a detailed walkthrough with Crystal. So that's kind of good for me, because I can do like a casual playthrough for Gold, which was the first game that I actually bought. I did rent Generation 1. Didn't actually own a Pokemon game until Generation 2. So it's going to be like a big nostalgia throwback for me. Also, another good thing about Generation 2 is, I'll point this out now in case someone hasn't thought about it, was the fact that we can get hidden ability starters. We can get hidden ability Ho-Oh and Lugia, which was originally only done through the Dream Raider game for 5th generation for the 3DS, which is really cool. And we're also going to get the hidden ability Cats, which means they will now be released. And for those of you who haven't quite caught up, because I only just learnt this too, Raikou, Entei, and Suicune's hidden ability is now Inner Focus instead of its elemental absorb abilities. And now I'm thinking that looks way too light. So we either get them if they work with the same rules that Generation 1 Virtual Console did. So when you transfer them, they'll always have hidden ability and a guaranteed 3 IVs or more, which is really cool. And no, that looks really bad. Go a bit darker. Something like that looks cool. So as we're going, Silver and Crystal, really nostalgic. Did Kyurem change types? I don't... Kyurem was originally Dragon Ice, which meant the Kyurem forms didn't change type. I don't think they were originally Dragon Ice. So no, that would mean that Necrozma would not change type. If anything, it would just like gain whatever typing the legendary cover Pokemon got. So for like Solgaleo, it would be Psychic Steel still, and Lunala will still be the Psychic Ghost type. I would say, unless Necrozma goes really, really weird and like Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. I would say we're going to be getting some type of Z Crystal or something to allow the evolution, similar to how Primals went as well. That's just my speculation there as well, unless they're going to do some type of crazy thing with Z Crystals, or Z Crystals get a bit of a buff. The other thing of noteworthy interest as well was the Mimikyu, on the topic of Z Crystals as well. it did actually look like Mimikyu was actually getting a bit more of a, I'd say, a role in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, whether it be like an exclusive Z Crystal move or it gets a form of some sort. That's another thing to speculate on. Oh god, I hope they kill Plaza. Plaza can go burn. Like, the idea of using Plaza as a hub for the extra stuff, like items and all that, was pretty cool. Very similar to how Platinum's Wi-Fi Plaza worked. But the whole communication things was a fail. I seriously wish that goes in Ultra Sun and Moon goes back to PSS. Yes, Lycanroc may get a Z move as well, because I did see Lycanroc in the beginning there. They were kind of focusing on that. It'd be a bit weird to see Lycanroc get an exclusive Z move, but we'll see where that goes. Yeah, because it was right before Mimikyu, I do remember that. What else we got going? Mega Evolution, I don't know. I mean, it would be cool to see a few more Megas, considering the fact that they were having Flygon underneath their belt for quite some time, but they end up scrapping it because they couldn't get the right Mega Evolution to, like, feel for Flygon, considering it is a huge fan favorite. And the guy from the Secret Bases in Oris was meant to have a Flygon Mega, so that's what they were saving it for, but they had to scrap it because time constraints, they couldn't get it just right. Just like I can't get this brown colour going at the moment, but I'll wait until I get the second brown down to figure out if it's the right shade. The other thing I was thinking, though, if they could bring back the Megas, would be a throwback to Kalos region in some way. But as I said, we've kind of been grasping at that straws for quite some time with having another region featured in a Pokemon game. The other thing I was thinking about as well, they could be bringing to Ultra Sun and Moon. And if they do this, I swear to God, I hope it doesn't break my 3DS. Otherwise, I'll need to upgrade to a new 3DS. Is the walking Pokemon feature, which I do remember reading up afterwards when Sun and Moon came out that it might have been a scrapped feature. I can't remember, someone can clarify that for me. But if that's the thing, that'll be pretty cool. I mean, we've been asking for the walking Pokemon feature now for a while. It's just whether or not the 3DS can actually handle it is the question. Alolan versions? Oh yeah, maybe Alolan versions of second gen would be pretty cool. If there were Alolan region second generation Pokemon, what second gen Pokemon would you people like to see? I'm trying to think, like, what second gen Pokemon would I like to see is the question. I'd actually like to see a Alolan region Stantler or something. Or a Alolan region... Well, there was Miltank already in the lower region, so I don't think Miltank will get one. Walking around with my Steelix. Yeah, that's true. Like, Triple Battles got scrapped. That's maybe a good one. Alolan's Mega Evolution. So, like, if you get Scizor, would it have a Alolan form when it Mega Evolves as well? Would be pretty cool. Alolan Shuckle and Alolan Dunsparce. Good grief. It would be pretty cool, though, to see, like, a different form for them. Alolan Quillfish would be actually kind of cool for me. I don't know, I feel Quillfish needs a bit of love. It's kind of a Pokemon that people tend to forget as well. Alolan Tranitar. Oh, good grief. Also, another thing as well, do you reckon we'll get all the other legendaries with Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon? Because I did say in the trailer that we'll be getting Pokemon that we originally could not catch in Pokemon Sun and Moon. Which could hint at, as I said, a much better post-game as well, going around catching more legendary Pokemon. I mean, we're already getting like Ho-Oh and Lugia, Suicune, Entei, and Raikou with the virtual consoles. We're getting Zapdos, Articuno, Moltres with Virtual Console as well, and Mewtwo. So I guess they're off the table. Things like maybe most of the legendaries we got in Oris could be a thing, so people who don't have those earlier games can still get access to those Pokemon without transferring. Hello, a Wailord, make it flying. Woo! I reckon the biggest downside with Pokemon Sun and Moon was no post-game, besides Ultra Beast hunting. And speaking of Ultra Beast, maybe more Ultra Beast will pop up? I mean, who knows? Like, the whole plot to this could be, like, more of an in-depth, I guess, storyline to the Ultra Beast. Because really, with the original Sun and Moon plot, we kind of just, you know, said, hello, these are Ultra Beast. And that was it. I kind of feel we didn't go into too much detail about Ultra Beast and what they really are. It was like, oh, we're just, we've noticed these anomaly, and hello, this here we are. Like, here's these Ultra Beast. That could be just me though, thinking that we just didn't get enough of a, I guess, plot line for the Ultra Beast. I mean, heck, even I asked recently on the 24-hour live stream, like, what exactly is Necrozma? Is it an Ultra Beast, or is it a legendary? Or is it some other worldly being? So hopefully, like, with Ultra Sun and Moon, it does kind of, like, clear up a lot of those questions as well. Because I do feel like there was a lot of questions unanswered. And maybe, again, grasping at the straws we've been grasping at for quite some time, could the post-game be, like, potentially going to Kalos region and having more answers there as well to a lot of the 6th generation questions? I mean, heck, even, like, there was quotes from Sun and Moon in regards to Zygarde that just didn't match up. Like, I think Dexio said it, you know, why exactly is Zygarde in the lower region? Is something bound to happen? Could possibly be referencing to something Zygarde related? I don't know, like, as I said, there's a lot of answer questions that I'd like to see at least answered or referred to in Ultra Sun and Moon. Remove Shiny Lock. Woo! That's one thing. One thing I'd also like to see, like, actually come back into the game is AZ's Flotet, which is where I referred to maybe Kalos being in the, being referred to again, possibly. I'm trying to read so many unanswered questions. Answered questions sounds like something I'd say with my dyslexia. I could so totally probably bump this brush up. I'm stalling for a couple of reasons. Whee! We need a shiny sparkle. And we need a new... I was gonna say, that didn't make sense to me, Roll. We need the shiny sparkle to change too. Oh, unless you mean, like, referring to when a shiny Pokemon pops up. Yeah, it is pretty quick. Like, if you come across something like a Gibble or something, and you're like, oh, is that a shiny? Like, if you missed a shiny sparkle, you're screwed because you just run away from a shiny. If that's what you're referring to. I would use the paint bucket tool, but I kind of haven't got my liner on one layer. For good reasons at the moment. Plus, I'm not a big fan of the paint bucket either. That is one thing I'm looking forward to with 4th generation is the underground. I spent so much time with the underground, it was not funny. I actually think I enjoyed the underground more than anything in 4th generation, so it will be cool to see that come back remade in HD glory. What was that? Something I noticed is that Solgalio's, Lunala's, Necrozma, and all of UB's cries, they all had the same sound at the end. Solgaleo, Lunala, and Necrozma might be UBs. Well, didn't they say that they're all experimenting with Cosmog? Or something like that, considering the fact that Cosmog could summon wormholes as well? That could be a good theory there. That all along that Solgaleo and Lunala are actually UBs. I think I cracked a joke as well in my Discord chat that underneath Mimiku's costume, is actually like a baby Giratina, but that's just me being sarcastic, and, you know, everyone else is coming up with these crazy theories, so why don't I, like, troll a lol, even before, like, that stupid theory is, like, plausible, lol. Yeah, Cosmo can summon Ultra wormholes. Well, we've got the Master of Theories here, so we can, like, give me something to work on here. God, that shade doesn't look right. I'm gonna change the background color because I swear to God, I'm not feeling it at the moment. Make that a light pink. That looks better. Now I'm feeling it. Yeah, the prime numbers, the fact that... What was it that Solgaleo, Lunala, and the Ultra Beast and the Crozma all had prime numbers as their base stats? Which could consider a link between all of them? I mean, like, it's a very minor thing, but it does connect them all together, which is really cool. And as I think it was Yoshi fan stated, that their cries all end very similar as well. Mimikyu wearing others' costumes would be really cool. That I'd like to see, whether it be like wearing the 3 final starters, maybe, or wearing Lunala and Solgaleo. Like, possible event costumes would be really cool. Very similar to how the Ash Hat Pikachus are a thing. Could do that as like a Mimikyu thing as well. That actually would be kind of cool. Yes, that does need to get changed, I will admit that. Needs to be a little bit longer for us who don't pay attention while we shiny hunt or hatch eggs or encounter Pokemon like I do. Oh god, with Mimikyu, what they did with Volivalon. GTS would be just swarming with, like, Japan ones instead. That was the most common Vivillon, was the Japanese Vivillon. No one wanted it, because it was just so disgustingly common. Just the stats themselves, I couldn't remember what you said. I already need a drink, like my bloody throat's sore. Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle Mimikyu costumes would be pretty cool. Indeed. Yeah, I would like to see that feature back, the walking Pokemon feature. Just so I could have a Mighty Ina following me, like, all the time. That is really cool. I'm trying to think what else I was thinking about while I was preparing the stream. Should have written down all my notes. Oh, God's sakes. I've done it again. Every time I do these speculation stuff or discussions on these games, I never write down my thoughts. Then when it comes to actually talking about it, I forget all of my awesome ideas that I had beforehand. They all sound awesome in my head, then they never leave my head. So hopefully I can remember everything I thought up. Oh god, they need to fix GTS, yep. That's another thing too, as much as I like the idea of TPCI baiting people into using Pokemon that they should not be using so they can be banned is one good thing. They honestly need to put some type of hat check on there so innocent players don't get caught up in this whole ban wave as well. So hopefully that becomes a thing in the next game. Huh. Yes, that's another one. Trials. I want them gone. I know there's people who enjoyed the trials. They were cool as like a gimmick, but that's all they are. Like, I did not enjoy the trials at all. So I'd like to see gyms back. Definitely. Just because gyms felt more satisfying to beat. I mean, heck, there were some trial Pokemon that actually were quite satisfying to beat or know that you've beaten, especially in a speedrun. but I definitely feel the gyms need to return. So while we're on a topic of like things that need to return, or speculating on other things, do you reckon Team Aether is still going to be the villains, or will there be another villain pop up to ruin the day or cause this havoc? Or will the Aether Foundation still cause that issue? Sorry, my two brains are like colliding at the moment. I'm trying to think logically with my right brain. I think the right brain controls logic and left brain controls creativity. Yeah, the dancing mirror work between the pictures. Kaiwi's trial was pretty cool. I did like that. Like, if they throw those type of things in every now and again, I don't mind. But when it's like the main focus, it's like, oh, yeah. It has a short-lasting effect on me. Oh, wow. Thanks, Mike. Straight off the bat. Big $20 fan funding there. I'm back for another live stream. How's my day been so far? It's been pretty good, thanks. Still recovering from the 24-hour live stream. Not as mentally exhausted, not as tired. Still catching up with my sleep though, as you can imagine. But it has been pretty relaxed. And topped off with the fact that we had news tonight about the new Pokemon games. I'm excited as well. And I guess my brain's going 1,000 miles per hour just thinking about, you know, what can we get with these new games? What new possibilities can open up with competitive with Generation 2, and the fact that we might even get Generation 1 transfers to Generation 2, which means Gen 1 TMs and Generation 2 TMs then transfer to Generation 7. Possible tutor moves there as well. It's like so many things going through my head at the moment. It's crazy. I actually do feel like my brain's going to explode now. Oh, God. I didn't mention that. Possibilities of Generation 1 transfer to Generation 2 using the time machine is another thing as well. Generation 2 had the ability to transfer between Gen 1 and Gen 2, so do you reckon that's going to be a thing as well using the Poke Transfer function? Oh my god, why am I drawing on the background? Oh, crappity crap. Good job, KrimZen. I actually didn't realize I was drawing on the wrong bloody layer again. I can fix that up now. Just fixing that up now. There we go. I fixed my mistake. Just means I gotta recolor those parts. It does kind of give your lower region some type of uniqueness, I do agree. And it did give like a new flavour to the whole, I guess, going through as a Pokemon trainer thing. But there's just something about the gym leaders. We've been doing it now for so long, I think that's why I still prefer gyms. I don't know, as I said, some trials were done right. The other ones though, like collecting items or answering quizzes, and then doing like one battle just kind of felt very anticlimactic. And almost like I didn't feel like I deserved some of my, I guess, achievements or, I don't know, badge of recognition, I guess. Oh yeah, I do remember you saying as well that Necrozma learnt Morning Sun and Moonlight as well. Being a link between the two of them, which could mean it could merge with the two of them as well. Oh yeah, Pokken. I have mixed feelings on Pokken. As much as I liked Pokken for the Wii U, I kind of felt it didn't need a Pokemon Direct. I don't know how I feel about Pokken being in Direct. I kind of see where they're coming from with putting it on the Switch. I mean, it's great. It's definitely a great multiplayer game on the go, and they're kind of, I guess, aiming towards the fighting competition, or the fighting genre. You know, where we've got Evo, people like wanting Smash for the Switch as well. So it aimed for that audience, but I kind of feel the majority of the audience wouldn't really go for a Pokken. I don't know. I kind of did see a lot of people going, what is this garbage? Why is Pokken being shown? I mean, as I said, I did enjoy Pokken, but I didn't enjoy it enough to say I justify a port of it coming to the Switch. I mean, it is kind of cool they finally updated Pokken to have all the new arcade characters like Darkrai, Scizor, Krogunt, and the addition of Decidueye is pretty cool as well, so I'd say the arcade version of Pokken would have Decidueye in it as well. Let's just fingers crossed though, if they do add more fighters to Pokken, they actually update Pokken Tournament this time. That's about the only thing wrong they did wrong with Pokken on the Wii U. Fix up these little gaps. So many little gaps. I'll look up at the chat in 1 second. I'm just trying to focus on these gaps. Normally I'd cheat and just have a white layer underneath just to make sure this doesn't happen. But I'm being pedantic because these are actually for something else. So I gotta make sure everything is pristine and actually covered in. I do hope I'm going at the right size. 6,000 by 6,000. Yep. Alright, I would use the filter, but as I said, my line art isn't exactly a full thing either. Like, yeah, I'm not using that line art. I'm just using it at the moment as like a temp, but my line art is actually, like, that is my whole line art at the moment, because I'm mainly just looking at this skull bit here if I'm going to keep it. So I've got mask and everything on that at the moment, just like as a temporary thing. So otherwise I'd use the paint bucket tool, but I just got everything on temporary at the moment. I do have a rhyme and reason for this. Trust me. No battles this stream. I'm still kind of recovering from 24-hour live stream. I don't want to touch my 3DS just yet. I do like the new designs for Solgaleo and Lunala. They are actually quite cool, I will admit that. I mean, heck, Solgaleo has always looked really cool, even in its original form. Lunala, I took a while to get used to it, but in its Ultra Beast form, it's like, yeah, this is actually pretty cool. Unlike the Black Kyurem and White Kyurem from Black and White 2, that actually took me a while to get used to that one, but I'm kind of glad I can look at the Ultra Solgaleo and Ultra Lunala for this and go, yep, they look really cool. I'm actually looking forward to finding out more information about those two particular forms. Just to like know, you know, how are they going to transform and what their signature moves are going to be. Like, will it be like, oh god, that's the thing, I never used Necrozma, so I don't know what a signature move is again. It's like Prism Laser or something like that, or whatever Necrozma's signature move is, it'll combine with like Moongeist, Beam on, Steel Strike. Frick! Whatever Solgaleo's signature move is again, it's like Steel Strike something, I can't remember. I never used those two Pokemon. See, I'm still learning Sun and Moon, so as I said, it kind of threw me off guard, this whole announcement for the the third game, or like the remake, whatever you guys want to call this. It's like, I'm still learning Sun and Moon. Now I'm gonna have to throw that all aside to learn more stuff from this remake. So I'm really gonna struggle now. Prismatic Laser, I'm so close. And yet I can't remember Solgalio's signature move. Good job, me. Sunstrike Steel. What the hell did I say? I probably butchered it something drastically. Ability-wise, what's gonna happen there? I'd say... I'm trying to remember what happened to Kirim. Kirim's 2 was Turbo Blaze and Turbo Freeze, I think. I've used Black Kirim more than I have White Kirim. Oh god, where's my mouse gone? I'm using like 4 screens, so my mouse is really confused. I'm gonna bring up my reference now because I'm sick of like talking off the top of my head, so... I can't spell Kirim, are you serious? Kirim White. Turbo Blaze, they must both have Turbo Blaze then. And Kirim didn't have that, it originally had... Pressure. There's a good chance if they go in their Ultra form, they'll have a new ability. I mean, like, Lunala had let's just say multi-scale, there's no point saying any other ability there. And Solgaleo basically had clear body. Let's just face it, there was just glorified clear body and multi-scale. So they're either going to have something like that, retain those abilities, or they're going to have something like Necrozma's ability, which I have no idea what that ability was. I'm going to read that ability and see if I can make sense of it. This is the only problem with not using Necrozma just yet. I can't dribble off the top of my head stuff. Prism Armor. Lowers the damage a Pokemon with this ability takes from super effective attacks by 25%, e.g. its filter, but cannot be ignored by ability ignoring moves, which is kind of cool. Oh Jesus Christ, could you imagine if that still had filter and multi-scale? By God. If they combined those two and had filter and a clear body, my God. Yeah, let's hope they don't do that and just make up something that it just ignores abilities or something like that. I'd rather prefer that than something along the lines of filter multi-scale. That's just a bit scary. Oh god, Beast Boost on top of him. Jesus. That would be a bit scary. I don't want to think about that. Beast Boost with Lunala or Solgaleo in Ultra Form. I mean, you could possibly still do that if their abilities can be skill swapped. I mean, Beast Boost can be skill swapped, so it's not to say you still can't do that. In doubles, if that becomes a thing. Just really depends what their abilities are going to end up being. I just hope they don't make it glorified. I mean, heck, even Turbo Blaze is a glorified mold breaker. I haven't... When did I wake up? No, I still must need sleep. It's not that I haven't had any sleep, it's more like I need more sleep. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. As I said, though, I haven't got notes in front of me. I'm doing this all at the top of my head, so... Cut me a bit of slack. What else are we going? Moongeese Beam goes through multi-scale. I actually didn't know that, so I will admit to that. I didn't know that. Along with me saying I have not used Solgaleo and Lunala yet. I caught them and they still sit in my box, waiting for me to use them, so... I didn't know that. That is kind of cool though, that if we do see an increase in multi-scale Lugias, I'm going to be using Moongeese Beam. Alright. Oh god. How long is this string going for? My voice is already sore. 44 minutes. Oh, sorry, 45 minutes. And I'm like, They both ignore abilities. So they won't be getting something like a glorified mold breaker. Well, that's good to know. That's still a bit scary as well, so... Bye-bye Mimikyu. I'd assume they would break through disguise. I mean, heck, if they cut through abilities, and I'm surprised Lugia's usage hasn't slightly dropped. Especially with like Moongear's Beam being super effective to Lugia. Oh good, I'm still on the right layer. Lugia's will rain down. Woo! Oh, at least there won't be as many people now asking for like 6 IV Lugia. Oh! That's right! I did want something from Pokemon's Ultra Sun and Moon. I want bottle caps that make my speed go to 0. Seriously, that's the only thing I asked for in Ultra Sun and Moon, is a bottle cap that makes it so I can do Trick Room a bit easier. I don't want to do what I'm doing at the moment and soft reset for Trick Room stats on legendary Pokemon. I nearly went insane doing that with just Buzzwole and Neoligo on 24-hour livestream. I seriously don't want to do this again. Once is enough. Sorry, I also did it with like... I also did an Oris as well. That was fun times. It's driving me crazy the fact I can't bottle cap down. So that needs to be fixed. I can't do Deoxys Speed Form. It's too fast. That's the only Pokemon I can't Trick Room. I can Trick Room Ninjask and everything down, but I can't Trick Room Deoxys Speed. It is too fast. I mean, heck, Pheromosa was like pushing it for Trick Room. That's meta breaking. I mean, heck, Razor Leaf Katana was meta breaking. Trick Room Garchomp was meta breaking, I guess. A tad bit stupid, I will admit, but nevertheless, I did it. Yeah, TR Ninjask, that's a thing. Did I not mention that I did Trick Room Ninjask? I know, I'm so gutsy. Yes, we need to have a nature changer, but have it some type of negative effect or something, or have it so it like... I don't know, it would need something to make it somewhat... I don't know what the word would be here. Unexploitable, I guess, would be the word. But I actually mentioned that like a long time ago, actually. I actually caught a few shiny Pokemon, was lucky enough to get them in the right nature, but in the off chance that I caught like a hardy shiny or something using a nature ability changer, I mean, heck, even if they randomized the nature for me, I would be fine with that. It would mean I need to keep buying nature randomizers to at least have, like, not an OP chance of getting the nature I want, at least randomized nature that I could potentially get, so I'd need to use more if I don't get the right nature. So that would work with any random shiny Pokemon that you catch. Yeah, but you can't choose the nature. Have it like a randomly chooses a new nature for you. That I would get on board with. It wouldn't be too strong. And it would be like, it just come down to luck if you get on the first go or not. I reckon that needs to be a thing. Oh shit. That did not happen. I forgot to check what my eraser was on before I did that. Okay, that's better. I'm doing a lovely job here tonight, folks. I'm kind of in, like, Photoshop at the moment. Okay. Finally, here we go again. Okay, what's going on? Oh, someone actually remembered my tweet. Nice. That's a whole nother can of worms. They will most likely have something to improve the way you level up in this game. Sun and Moon's leveling up system was dreadful. I will admit that. I didn't even bother for level 100 most times. I just went to level 50, was like, yep, whatever. Like, I haven't even used bottle caps yet because I've got no level 100 Pokemon besides my in-game Ninjask. That's about it. Any level 100 Pokemon I have all been transferred from Oris. Because screw leveling up in Sun and Moon. Otherwise, if you really wanted to level up in Sun and Moon, you'd have to get a hold of Rare Kitchens, have Lucky Egg, transfer your Pokemon to another game so you can get the experience boost. And even then, you might be sitting there for a couple of hours. So it would be nice, and I doubt it'd be Blissey based because that was an unintentional... I think an unintentional gift by Game Freak. I don't even know if they were aiming towards that. If they were, then that was awesome. Can they do it again? If they weren't, then as I said, that'd be like a accident turned to a blessing. I have like 6 Blissies. Good grief. I actually want the versus, what was it called? It was an item from 4th generation. You could use it and you could call for rematches. Someone will tell me what it is. I mean, it was very similar to what the Nav Gear was in 3rd gen. God, I haven't played 4th gen in so long. I'm trying to grasp at straws here. And my brain can't think of it at the moment. It was like the Versus Seeker? Yes, it was, the Versus Seeker. Something like that for the next game would be really cool. So you could go around and, not the Versus Recorder, that one saves the battles. Versus Seeker would be really cool to bring back so you could rematch. And as you rematch them, they slowly get, like, more and more difficult. I do want that to make a bit of a return. I think I got all the brown bits. Trust me, when I do this podcast on talking about Ultra Sun and Moon and Virtual Consoles, I'll actually have a freaking notepad in front of me with all my points, so... I mean, this is kind of good because I can wrap up everyone's discussions. I want to versus Seeker gym leaders with level 100 Pokemon. Oh, that'd be so good. Except if you're very low level. That will definitely come back. I'm so glad. Or go off your highest level Pokemon. Yeah, that'd be a bit better. And again, I'm going to continue on with this like. I want Battle Frontier back. Please, Game Freak, give me back Battle Frontier. I want that back too. That could work. That looks like about the right brown shade that I need. It's about a skin colour. That's part of Farfetch's body. Now just remembering what parts I've left blank and what parts aren't blank. That's part of the foot. from black. Okay, that's looking cool. Alright, I'm gonna look up in a second. Okay. Battle Factory is... That was the rental one. I hated that. Along with like Battle Pike, that sucked. SOS I reckon should retain. That was really good for EV training. Battle Pyramid. I should just stop using that excuse because my RNG just sucks in general. Walking Pokemon, as I said, would be nice to come back. Farfetch'd with black eyes looks evil. I don't know. There's just something about rental Pokemon I don't like. It's kind of been a thing I've had since, I guess, it's some type of remnant from Pokemon Stadium. I don't know. It's just something about it that really, really irks me. Or I suck balls at it, one of the two. It's probably that I suck balls at it. Okay. Let's see how this goes. The chocolate brown kind of works. Pokemon Stadium 3. Actually, if anything, I actually discussed this with one of the editors from Bulbapedia. Having a virtual console for Pokemon Stadium on the Switch would be kind of cool, actually. Even if they don't do a new game for Stadium, even just doing like a virtual console where it had some type of interactivity with, say, the virtual console for Generation 1, or even Pokemon Stadium 2 with connectivity to Generation 1 and Generation 2 would be kind of cool. Say maybe like Professor's Lab with the trade function, because I don't think we'd probably need that. But just something along those lines I reckon would be also kind of cool as well. I've lost my reference. Need to move that over because I'm losing my color reference and my actual reference to my picture. Yep, that works. Now I can't see the chat. Bloody hell, I need to really sort this out. That can go there. Hopefully. That can minimize. That can go there. Okay, that's a bit better. Now I've got a bit more of a... everything spread out. Alright, Snap equals Conquest. English, where are you? Haha, yes, I will definitely be doing the... Was it soft resetting? No, I was going for catching them and just transferring them to... Oh, God. If I go for Lugias, I'm gonna be there all bloody day. Haha. At least, Lugia won't be a problem. I don't normally go for hidden power on that. It'd be Ho-Oh's hidden power I'll have to go for. Oh, fun. And going for the cats. Dear God. Someone can, like, shoot me on that one, because I have to go for, like, Hidden Power Ice Raikou. Or Hidden Power Grass. Even worse. Suicune, I don't really go for Hidden Power, and I think... Oh, God, Entei, I definitely know I go for Hidden Power for. Hidden Power Ground Entei. Yep, shoot me if I decide to go do that. That's gonna be torture. At least with them, I don't need to go too far into the game. I kind of just have to luck out finding them. I can see everyone now. That's the thing, like, I have 3 screens, but I'm still struggling for a layout for the stream. Like, my 4th screen is what I'm drawing on because it's an interactive screen. I've got 1 screen up to make sure my stream's still alive. I've got the chat up somewhere else, and I've got to make sure I've got the program that I'm streaming with up to make sure I don't drop frames, which I'm not, thankfully. And I've got to have 1 stream up just showing a reference of what's going on in my Photoshop. So I've got everything everywhere, and I'm still struggling to put things everywhere. I don't know how when I've got 4 screens. Work that out. Regenerator Ho-Oh, yep, that's gonna be fun to use. That's what I personally have been using with the Battle Radar Ho-Oh. It's gonna be hard because there's no IV checker again in Gen 2. But that's the thing though, I didn't really go by that. Unless I was going by shiny. But what would happen is I would go for it, catch it, transfer it to Generation 7, and pray that the IVs that it gives me is matching up to the hidden power I want. Which means I could be at it for quite some time, like going back, completely restarting the entire game again, and hoping I get the right hidden ability when I transfer it over. Sorry, not hidden ability, hidden power. Jesus Christ. You would swear I haven't had any sleep today. Or it's just the fact I'm like trying to work 2 sides of my brain at once, could be why. Am I gonna speedrun Generation 2? Oh. Can I even speedrun Generation 2? That's the question. I know you start with Feraligatr. Oh, so you start with Totodile and like speedrun with that. I don't know, maybe that'd be a good time for me to try and see if I can speedrun Gen 2. It'd probably work a lot better than what Generation 1 did. I mean, heck, let's just encounter 3 Pidgeotos in the area I'm trying to catch Abra so I can not train my Pokemon up. Let's do that. I swear to God, sometimes I question my sanity. That's looking pretty cool. It's kind of got like those nice shadings. Oh frick, I forgot the tan color somewhere else. Depends what category of Gen 1 you speedrun. If you're going the glitch run of Generation 1, yeah, it is less than a minute. If you're going for a 80% run, it can be an hour and a half, I think it is. Hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes. And if you're doing a catch 'em all quest, I actually don't know how long that takes. Because I don't think I've ever looked at that one. I can't remember how long Generation 2 speedrun is. I think it's like a couple of hours. I would need to look that one up again. Because it's going to be interesting trying to speedrun Gen 2. Although, here's another thing to ponder over. Considering they kept in the Mew glitch, are they going to keep in the rare candy cloning? So you can like sit there and just clone rare candies, clone your Master Balls, and go full-blown shenanigans. If that's the case, I don't need to worry about stuffing around with the legendary cats, because I can just throw a Master Ball at them as soon as I see them, then transfer them over. So that could be a thing, to speed things up, because you can do local trades, and I do have like 3 3DSs I can use. I've got a US 3DS, an Australian 3DS, and a Japanese 3DS. So I will have plenty of like options for trading within myself to just get a quick and easy Master Ball every time I do a speed run, or speed run for the cats. So that could be potentially game breaking or game changing for me. Yes, and the Celebi glitch. Although I just know there's gonna be some wisecrack who's just gonna like promote a code or a glitch that reverts the Celebi so it can be transferred to Ultra Sun and Moon. I'm just calling it now. Even though arbitrary glitch is like worse than Oris cloning, because it can just do so much damage, or it potentially modifies the Pokemon themselves. I don't know, I don't even remember if there was like a arbitrary glitch like that in Generation 2. There probably is. I'm just not aware of it. Oh dear God. Oh well. I totally just did screw that up. I was meant to do that on the other layer, but I fucked up. You'll see why I fucked up badly in a second too. Normally with all the colours I do it on separate layers, in case I have to go through and do a hue and saturation on the layer. I don't particularly want to be modifying that layer if it's correct. Let's try that again. Alright, Pink Celebi, not to mention sanity saving. Yay! Anything to save my sanity. I mean, heck, we all saw what happened with the yellow run through on GameCube. I nearly went insane. If that's even possible, because I probably am already insane. I think the word I'm looking for is even more insane. I mean, heck, to be doing those type of runs, I have to be somewhat insane. The fact that I'm still trying to get this Pokemon Stadium Let's Play done too is another thing. After corrupting my game so many times. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Oh, I still missed a bit. Good job! There we go. New Pokemon music for Ultra Sun and Moon. Most likely, considering Black and White 2 had new music as well. Emerald had some new music, not a lot though. Heart Gold, Soul Silver definitely did. Platinum had some new music. It really depends what they want to go. If they want to make it orchestral or something, I would really like to see more orchestral stuff come to Ultra Sun and Moon. I kind of felt there was like... I'm trying to think, like, what was the overall genre for Sun and Moon's music? It was quite traditional, like ironly traditional. I don't know. There was some music I liked in Sun and Moon, there was others I didn't quite like. I still feel though that Black and White 2's OST was really good, so I don't know. I'd like to see them do something like what they did with Black and White 2's OST, but with more upgraded music, because obviously Black and White 2 was still the digital music. But if they could make it like the real orchestral stuff that maybe in like you see in Legend of Zelda Which one had the orchestral stuff in it? I think it was Skyward Sword or something had the orchestral stuff in it. If they did something like that, then I would definitely be all on board for that music. Yeah, Team Skull's theme was cool. There was Mother Beast, Looser Mind, that was really cool. I did like that one. The Team Skull punk music, that has to stay. If they can make that... I don't even know how they can improve that one, actually. And Guzma's was really good. My god, I am so blanking on a name at the moment. Zinnia's theme was good. Plumera is theme was good as well. And Wally's theme, my god, that one was really cool. Cynthia's theme needs to come back though when they remake bloody 4th Gen. That's gonna be really cool. That is one true fact. They could remix some of the songs and completely butcher them. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Farfetch's eyes are black still. That did come out very nice. I probably should change the pressure system on my Cintiq for that. Looks about right to me. Team Plasma theme was good. Oh, Team Plasma, let's talk about the right one there. Yep, I am. Let's talk about Getsus's theme. Yeah, that's one of my favorite villains music teams is Getsus. I'll just bring that for 1 second. If there's any repeat, I'm so sorry. It was like Getsus is from Black and White 1 and Black and White 2, which was really good. Let's bring up the original one, because I like the original better. Like something like this, if they ever want to do like a brand new villain team. Or villain theme if they want to introduce like a brand new villain. It needs to have something on this type of level of epicness. Yeah, I'll adjust with the pupils in a little bit. I just want to get the rest of it done. Because otherwise I'll be here for like a long time and I've got a lot of details to throw in. At the moment I'm just going to do the colours because I'm trying to work out if I should keep the skull in or not. But what's the leak? So this is just an example of what they should aim for with a villain theme. while I just figure out what green I want. Come on, Cintiq. Maybe that type of green? Might want to make this green a bit more crisp. We'll see. No, it's not dabbing. Actually, is it dabbing? It's not meant to be dabbing, it's meant to be doing like a ninja look, and if I had webcam on, would make more sense. I seriously hope it's not looking like it's doing a dab. I may make this part a little bit more crisp, because I'm going to make the bottom part of the leek a little bit more bleached out a little bit, if that makes sense. Terminology tonight just isn't coming to my head, so I do apologize if I said the wrong thing. I was going to say more saturated, but that means going a lot more darker. Slider. Nope. It's where I need my mouse because I can't get quite in there. Maybe that type of green? That, I still reckon it needs to be a bit more crisp, I think, that darker green. And since I can't blend it all that well, I want to try and make it a bit more of a distinction between the top of the leek and the bottom of the leek. Yeah, that needs to be a bit more distinct. Might put a bit more of a blue into it. Blue. How does that work? That's a bit better. Now we've got a bit more distinction between the top of the leek and the bottom of the leek. Oh god, yeah. Seriously hopes Ultra Sun and Moon doesn't get leaked. Could I play Maxi's theme? Oh god, there already is fake leaks coming out, I would assume. Like, I think... Where was I? I think I was looking up something about Ultra Sun and Moon. And I don't know why. I think I was looking for a trailer or something. And someone had up a supposedly confidential in air quotation marks, confidential concept art for Gladion as a Team Aether scientist or something. So it already has begun. there's probably a few more out there already that I'm not aware of. And I just spat all over my screen. Awesome. There's probably a few more out that I'm not aware of, but I do know that one's floating around already. But there probably shouldn't be any more leaks as long as there's no demo. And in all honesty, I really hope there's no demo, because I kind of feel there's no point to having a demo this time around, considering we already had the basis for Sun and Moon in the form of Sun and Moon 1. So I truly hope they stay away from demos of some sort. I think I'm gonna need to bring up the reference for the skull here, because I don't think I shaded it right. Yeah, that's what I did for Pokemon Sun and Moon. I didn't believe anything unless it was from Korokoro or the actual Pokemon website. Although they did make a bit of a fuck up today on the press release. They did actually have a TBA for Pokemon Ultra Sun and Moon being on a Switch eventually. They end up making a statement afterwards saying that they made a mistake and that's not meant to be there. So that was also a thing. As long as TPCI gets it right as well. Still, I wonder if they were trolling with the whole Pokemon Stars URL redirecting back to the main Pokemon website. Because I do remember people saying, going, oh my god, Pokemon Stars confirmed, there's a URL for Stars. So I wonder if they purposely did that just to troll a lol and just have people's hopes up, considering they already knew. Everyone was like, oh, Pokemon's Sun and, what was it, Stars and Sun confirmed. Oh, Blue, that's meant to be a surprise. Oh. Yes, I'm gonna do like more Battle Tree before Ultra Sun and Moon comes out. And we'll most likely continue on doing more of it with Ultra Sun and Moon. I can't get any more freaking saltier than what I did in 24-hour live stream. Oh yeah, one good thing about the fact that they released or mentioned Pokken Tournament for the Switch was me going, oh my god, that just crushed everyone who did clickbait on Pokemon Stars being on the Switch. That was lovely. That was like the best feeling I got in that entire stream was, oh my god, I would hate to be those people who clickbait videos saying that there's going to be a Pokemon Sun or Pokemon Stars on Switch. What am I grinding for? Grinding tree for the live stream. Good grief. I will probably do more of the tree actually for live stream. I should actually do a lot more with live streaming. Like a lot of my grinding, because I always get questions about it. It's like, oh, do you use like glitches, like the Pelago glitch, which I never touched? Or how do I go about leveling up? My breeding, which I did cover a little bit with live streaming. All the other shenanigans I always get asked about. I may cover a bit more of it with streaming. I need to stop spitting. My poor Cintiq's getting covered in spit. So this is the reason why I didn't put a perma line art down, was I don't know if I'm keeping the skull. So it comes down to your guys' decision. Do you like the skull in when I finish colouring it? Or remove the skull and just have it as an empty leak? I've already asked Ben what his opinion was, because his opinion might kind of overrule, but I said kind of wait until I did the colouring. So that's the far-fetched with the skull. And if I remove it, I'll just have like an empty skull. Oh god. The policeman from Turtle Tree. I swear to God, the next time I see the tree, I'm gonna kick his balls. That wasn't fair. He critted me. He critted a Pokemon I knew was going to live. Keep Skull? It'll come down if I can shape the skull right, too. I kind of reckon the skull kind of suits it. And for those of you who watched the 24-hour live stream, will probably know what this is actually aiming towards. How does it look on the black? That actually looks quite nice on the black. And the reason why I'm bringing the black up is because we're actually doing this for a t-shirt. So there's probably something like, I suggested the caption of seasoned with salt for this Farfetch'd, because it's a duck and you season duck with salt, or duck soup, something like that. And Ben suggested don't fuck with the ducks as another caption for the shirt. So I'm actually drawing this as like one of the official Pimp Night shirts. Oh no, I was no match for the policeman. The policeman was savage. The policeman made me salty. Don't fucks with the ducks. So it was like, and by the way, I suck at writing, so if this looks really dodgy, I don't blame everyone. It was like, let's make that a bit bigger. Something like 200 or something, close to it. It lets me. Like, don't fucks. No, I can't fit it in. Good job. I don't have enough room. I'm going by 6,000 by 6,000. I still can't fit it in. Good job. I'll get my eraser a bit bigger. Like, if I actually wrote it properly, I'd probably have don't fucks at the top. One good thing about the Cintiq, I can just glide my pen across the screen for this. I'll rewrite that completely. Don't fucks. I need to spell with wrong. Good job. Something like that. Don't fucks with ducks. Yeah, don't fucks like that. At the moment, there's no shirts available because Lazy KrimZen right here still has been working on them. Like, this is going to be the very first shirt, I would assume. So something like that, but obviously not that font because my handwriting is so dreadful. So what, we're keeping the skull or not? I am going to make like two versions where one has the bleak and the other doesn't have the, doesn't have the skull, and one does have the skull. If that, I even said that correct. So if that's the case, I might just fix up this lineup. Where did I see that again? Just trying to buy any
missed line arts or missed arrays I've done at the moment. I think there was something down there I missed, but I can't remember. There's probably a lot. I think that bit I can fix. So this part may take a little while just for me to fix up this line art. This is what I sit here and do for quite some time. So I'm gonna like look up. Add some bloody feathers. Yep, I was actually gonna do that. I was actually gonna add some dry blood effects to the leak as well to make it look like the Farfetch has been using that leak for so long it's just covered in blood. Yes, it is a Dragonite skull, Blue. I wanted to make it look like it's been beating Ben up. I mean, it has to have gotten like that buff and attack. Yes, it wasn't actually Team Rocket that killed the Cubone's mother, it was actually Ducks. Ducks did it, confirmed. Blame the Ducks. That was a dreadful stroke. I totally just didn't hit my funny bone. That hurt. Alright, where are any others? So what I'm doing here is I also rotate my canvas around just to make things a bit easier for my strokes. Because I have obviously stronger strokes than others. I totally didn't stuff that. So I can just rotate around and say, oh, okay, this looks good this way. Or if I need to fix another part up, I can have a look at a different perspective. Like, as you can see, if I zoomed out here, for example, you can't get to see the Farfetch in all different positions. So I think, okay, maybe I can like rotate it to look like that. So its feather is obviously going more north. Or I can look at it maybe like that to make it look like, you know, it's really ducking down. All different ways I can look at this and go, alright, I need to go with a different perspective, or I need to adjust something. Flipping is also another thing I do as well to kind of help me figure out certain things. trying to shave off some of these black lines here. Another thing as well is I can be a little bit dodgy with my lines. They shouldn't affect it too much when I decrease the size. Let's have a look now. Like I'm working currently at 6,000 by 6,000. So see, as you see there, I decrease it down to 3,000 by 3,000. Oops, that didn't need to happen. So I mean, there's still a little bit of mistakes on those tail feathers. So I can kind of bring that back and fix them up. If that's even possible. Yeah, that's one thing I probably could have done was adjust maybe the horn of the Dragonite. Oh wow, really? Well, that's interesting. Why did that happen? Did I accidentally move like my line art or something? I haven't got a clue what happened there. Surely it wasn't my color overlay. Oh well, I'm going to go back over my colours because I don't know what happened there. I had to have moved. I honestly can't work that out. That's the thing though, does the Dragonite nostril, even skull, even have nostrils? I did save that, I'm sure, swear to God, I saved that reference. Here we go, I've got to look through all of my images, and I've got that much images, it's not funny. I wouldn't even know what I saved it as either. Oh dear. Or did I save it in the actual project? No, I didn't. Lovely. Oh wait, no, there it is there. So that's like the original skull. It may make more sense when I actually colour it in. Yeah, I had no idea what happened to my line art. It's like, what the f— I honestly have no idea because my history doesn't say it. I'm gonna have to like colour it in again. I honestly have no idea what happened. Unless... Nah, it couldn't have been. It couldn't have been when I was erasing. I surely wouldn't have fucked up that badly.
Oh well, I'll just go through and fix up my colours. At least that didn't happen when I shaded. That would have been the worst. It looks like my colours just went what the fuck boom all over my screen. I'm surely not that fast asleep to realise that I've moved my image by accidentally. Surely not. Unless I fucked up and accidentally did some colouring on the wrong layer. That's the only thing I can think of. It's almost like an abstract art at the moment. Woo! That's brown, that's brown. That goes up to brown. I mean, a little bit rough with this colour too, because this is my bottom layer. When someone mentions you on a channel but you don't have permission to see it. I'll always save every few minutes. I probably should be saving, just in case anything. I should probably do that now. If it's in regards to my Discord channel, history is only available to those who are regular chatters or patrons as well. Kind of cuts down a bit of spam as well. But everything else should have permission to be seen. Nearly there, I think. That's right, when I zoom out I'll probably notice there's like so much more missing. It actually really does look like I've moved the drawing. That's the only thing I can think of. I've moved the drawing. Unintentionally. Oh, look what I've done. Look what I've done. I drew that in the same layer too. Well, we found that mistake. Yeah, it's looking like I've done things on the wrong layers and then regretted it afterwards. That was really 30 minutes? That's right, my tablet just lagged up then. Alright, I think I've got everything. It looks like I got everything for the brown. Right, the tan colour.
Oh, whoops, I've still got my zoom. And I still got the wrong colour. It's right, I'll get this right. I still can't believe this has happened. Still doesn't know what happened. Alright. Promoting your own channel isn't spam. What kind of logic is that? It kind of is, actually. If you were trying to promote your own silly channel, the Fox Productions, so the bot wouldn't time you out. Yee! Yeah, that's one way not to grow on YouTube. If anything, it kind of like demotes people from looking at your channel. If the channel's good enough, people will just come to it. It's a reason why this channel hasn't grown. Alright, still a bit of brown there. Here we go, here's where everything's just gone haywire. And the art's just exploded everywhere. Seriously, I almost had a bit of a Picasso here. It was fabulous. I almost wanted to keep it just for the Picasso effect. I wish that happened more often, like a accidental masterpiece. I mean, it did look pretty cool. A little bit of abstract never hurts anyone, but unfortunately that's not the concept of this art. Jeez, that moment you find more like blank spots. Jesus Christ. I think we got it now. That was... What is that referring to? Right, referring to that. That was weird. Why didn't that work? That has to be on the wrong layer, as always. There we go. Okay, now we're cleaning up very nicely. Except when I do that. Okay, that goes in. I think I might change the shade of this brown as well. Just make it not so much a chocolate brown. I actually don't know if I'd go... Might desaturate it a little bit. Okay, that's the beak. And foot. Just bear with me for like a couple more seconds while I fix this up. Then we get on to the fun bits of shading. Alright, what's going on?
Chocolate. Sorry, I was just reading the chat because I was so focused on trying to fix up my colours. So apparently there was a huge surge of salt today on the internet. Woo! You got that right, Neo. There was definitely some salt with the Pockins part of the stream. I mean, heck, I'm quite happy with what we got for news. I don't think I could have asked for anything better than what we got. The Pokken part, as I said, wasn't exactly too thrilled about that. I kind of felt that wasn't needed in the direct. But everything else, that was definitely worthwhile. I mean, heck, as I said, I may not seem like I'm now all that excited for Pokemon Black, Ultra. I nearly said Pokemon Black and White too. I may not be all that thrilled about Pokemon Ultra Sun and Moon, but it'll kick in maybe like a month before release. I reckon I'll be like, woo, hype. Only because I don't believe in the hype culture. Like, if I don't believe in the hype culture, I won't get disappointed as much if it turns out to be not as good as expected. Can't be disappointed when you got no high expectations. And as I said, I'm still kind of like playing through and still learning Sun and Moon, so I guess that's why I'm not as hyped about Ultra Sun and Moon, because I feel I still need a bit more time with Sun and Moon before I can move on. Alright, now we're getting there. Okay, this is looking pretty swell. I still can't believe me freaking artwork spewed up on me. Oh man, this song. Is this surfing from 3rd gen? Because I think... No, it's not surfing, it's Lily Cove. I think it's Lily Cove. It is too. I was gonna say, I spent so much time in Lily Cove, I should know this music. Just going there for the department store, the big department store sales that happened every now and again if you went to the TV and checked those events, unless your battery died like mine eventually did. This was the bomb. And plus contest. I went there an awful lot for contest. And for Pokeblocks. Because screw Pokeblocks. This song is just so relaxing. That was the main point I was trying to get at. Along with there was just so much to do in Lily Cove. Okay, now it no longer looks like my artwork vomited. That's better. Okay, we finally got our artwork back where it should be. Oh my god, Phoebus! 3rd generation Phoebus! I don't know what's worse, 3rd generation Phoebus or 4th generation Phoebus. 4th gen Phoebus was still quite hard. 3rd gen Phoebus though, Jesus. Phoebus was the equivalent of a legendary Pokemon. It was the equivalent of the legendary Pokemon Beast. It was so hard to find. Yet when you found it, it was like, oh, sweet dreams must be made of this. It was just so satisfying to find, and yet come Oris, it's like, wow, poor Phoebus became a normal Pokemon again, and we realized how pathetic Phoebus was. 4th gen Munchlax, I did that one too. I've done most of the rare ones actually. They're just so satisfying to find. I seriously hope they keep Munchlax intact and still keep it as like that hard to find. If they do end up doing a remake for Diamond and Pearl eventually, which I would say they would do. They have to. They've done every other bloody remake under the sun at the moment. Although another thing I'd like to see is like a remake for Mystery Dungeon. I don't know why, but I feel they need some type of recognition. They still get some love in the community. If anything, they need more love. Alongside like Colosseum, Gale of Darkness, they need a lot more love. I feel people forget about them. This is from Black and White because I can't remember it. Okay. I fixed it. Now we can work on shading and we can also work on this line art too. Alright, so we said we're keeping the skull for the sake of this particular stream anyway, we are. If I don't like it eventually, I'll just ditch it, because I've got a mask on that area. Okay, so first things first, shading or the line art? That's the question. Primal Dialga and Primal Palkia will indeed happen. I mean, heck, we've already got Primal Dialga. Oh god, Festival Plaza music. No thanks. How about we pass on that? Sorry, I just couldn't figure out what I'm gonna do. How do I did this last time is the question. I did this. No, I didn't go outer glow. I went color overlay. And then I went for a blue. It looks stupid, but give it some time. And then I went... Oh, what's my alt? Did that. And I put it to luminosity. That didn't work. Oh yeah, because I had to do this. Okay, that's weird, that didn't work. I might need to pull up my other line art and see what I did. I found out this really cool way of doing a line art. Whoops. Not that way, that's for sure. No, it wasn't that way. Oh! I think I realized what I did. I know what I did, and it's not that way. I did this. Don't worry, I'm gonna remember what I did. I didn't rasterize. New layer. Bugger that off. Okay, now we're back. So I did this. I did that. I did have a color overlay. Rasterize that. Keep that one. But I had clear on that. Turn that on. That goes to luminosity. How about drawing on the right layer of KrimZen? There we go. Sorry, I had to figure out what I did because I found it by accident. It was like, oh, this is really cool. I like this.
There we go. I finally figured it out. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a bit of a colour line. Need Battle Frontier back. Yes, please. Primal Regigigas, that would be the bomb. Has shading. I'm actually going to do shading next because I want to do this first. Because normally I do this and then I then go over with the shading. I'll actually bring up what I'm going for and see what people think. And I think I called it Pimp Night Salt Draft. Alright, so this is what I went for. This is another thing I was working on. Probably not like t-shirt material. So I drew this before the 24-hour live stream. I actually was going to use it for the 24-hour live stream layout, but it never got finished in time. Plus I kind of changed my mind, was like, I might just draw like, you know, for example, I don't have my sketching color up. My sketching color is about there. So like, for example, I was going to have something spewing out of his hands like that as he's holding a 3DS. So I was going to have that and then draw things like a Golett coming out of the DS screen, a Farret, a Psyduck, a Ponyta shiny form. What else is he lost against? A Lycanroc coming out as well. Like, I'm just jumping out of the 3DS like this, and then I would also have it that I would sprinkle in some salt, like using maybe like a star brush or something, or whatever brush I could find. Make it look like that they're raining salt, and I have in their mouths like little salt containers as well, so they'd be shaking salt. So just raining salt. And on the 3DS as well, I was going to have like a little salt thing as well, like a little salt shaker. So that was like the idea I was going to have for this particular artwork. It sounds pretty stupid, but if I can actually draw it, it'll look bloody awesome, I reckon. So as you can see there, like instead of using like a thick black outline for it, I've gone and done like a darker color using that exact method I showed. The two layers, the top layer being a blue color using luminosity blending, and then the layer underneath that was the actual color of the layer. So it gives that darker color of the particular layer and adds a bit more of a, I know there's a particular word for this, some terminology, but I can't remember it. I think it's called color lines or something. And because I'm just now learning digital art, I have to relearn all these terminologies. This is why I'm doing all that study. Like, study costs so bloody much now, it's unreal. And then on top of it, as you can see there, I've got shading on top of that, so it affects the line art as well. So the line art kind of just blends in with the actual artwork. So that's kind of what I'm going to aim for. Instead of like having a thick black outline that you won't be able to see on the t-shirt if it's black. So that's going to be like the whole aim to this particular drawing. I want it to work on a black t-shirt. So the technique I'm using at the moment is I'm using a lock to non-transparent pixels, which means I can draw on top of the line art and change its color without going into the transparency of transparent areas or areas that I haven't drawn in. So if I turn it off, like I can do that. And if I turn this on, like I can go absolutely crazy, and you can see I'm not going into like the other parts of the drawing. So it's like a really handy option to have, and really handy option to use if you want to do things like this, very precise coloring or anything along those lines. Another method you can do is what I had earlier, where you hold the Alt button and click on the layer above it, which will tell it to only draw on the layer of the pixels used on the previous layer. So if I did, for example, on this layer I drew
which I can't do because I've got lock transparency. But if I turn that off and say I did that and go to this layer and say I want to make that green, I've got luminosity on, that's why. Like, you can see there, I can only draw on that layer now. Like, see? And as soon as I was to can that, you can see I've just gone all crazy there, like all crazy all over the place. Like, I've just vomited everywhere. But turn it back on, I'm still only using that layer of the line art that I did. And if I get rid of that, it disappears as well. So it's a really handy technique to have. So I'm gonna can that again. Put that to luminosity. And get rid of this. So like, that's just a handy little technique to keep in mind as well. So that's called a clipping mask. That last technique that I showed. Two extremely handy techniques to use if you're interested in digital art. I actually use that quite a bit actually. Extremely handy stuff actually. I wish I learnt that a lot sooner. Oops. Ah, display toggle, go away. Okay, we're back. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, display toggle. On the wrong screen. There we go. There we go. Oops, I haven't locked my pixels. Lock them. Don't need to lock that. So now I'm just going to go through, just darken up these lines with the actual colour. And when I come to things like here, I gotta think, do I want it to be that colour or do I want it to be that colour? Normally I try and go by judging it by my eye. Other times I'll have like a rhyme and reason why I'm doing that colour. And every now and again you'll notice like that, I'll have a little bit of colour come through for some odd reason. There probably is a rhyme and reason, I just too lazy to find out why. That bit is head, I do believe. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go along the beak here, beak outline, I'm going to do that orange. And for the feathers, I'm going to do that brown. That brown. That's obviously going to retain that colour there. Normally I try and plan this out as I go. The eyes... Oh, how do I do the eyes again? That one's going to go by my eye, I think, because I can't remember how I did them. A lot of times with digital art, it just comes down to experimenting. See what works, what looks good to you, and what looks good to others. Or you leave it for a day, come back the next day, see if you still like that idea. If you don't, fix it up, leave it, come back the next day, and see how you feel about it then. I definitely do a lot of that. Should make a salty rainbow. Oh god. Can I draw rainbows? That's the question. Oh my god, Mr. Bonding! Ah! He's so creepy! Drawing 101 with KrimZen. I don't know about that. I can teach you some things. There's the thing as well, like at the same time, I'm still technically a student too. It's the reason why some of my uploads have actually gone AFK because I'm too busy studying. And another thing as well, like the reason why I sucked balls at last day of IC was because I had to study as well. By that last day, I was so mentally exhausted between studying and the IC. It was like, how the hell did I even get that far in the IC? So I completely amazed myself at the same time. I'm just surprised my brain didn't just turn to mush. Because I think I've told this story before, like my main job is actually a traditional artist, so I work mainly with pencil and paper, doing LED light designs. All this is still foreign to me because I've never had to use it due to the fact that obviously my job relies on traditional works. But eventually we do want to turn that into where we can rely on Photoshop. It'd just speed everything up in regards to like designs that we have to print out. Because normally, like, what you do is you draw a design up, then I give it to my boss who cuts all the glass, cuts all the lead and everything, but then he'll have the glass and lead sitting on top of my drawing. So, which means if I fuck up on my lead, on my drawing, it'll mean my boss will fuck up too. But that also means as well, like, if we have to do a repeat design, let's say, I do a design, and then give it to that one customer and say 2 months later another customer comes along and wants that exact design. Normally it would mean if we didn't keep the design I would have to redraw it again. Whereas if we do it digitally I can just print it out and say, look, here we go, there's the LED light already done. Or if I want to make slight modifications to a design, I wouldn't need to redraw the entire design again and then do the modifications. I can just set up on Photoshop and do it in like ease pease, simple time. So that's kind of what we're aiming for at the moment in regards to my job as a LED light designer. And also having said that as well, the reason why I'm studying now is because it's winter here where I live and no one wants their windows done. I mean, heck, I don't blame them. Would you want to have your window down when it's raining? I would rather leave my window right where it is. So while it's like no work coming and I'm studying, so in case we ever want to make that transition sooner than we expect, I'm already ready to go. Take that down to there. I'm actually just doing my study through just like a combination of online courses and everything. It's actually cheaper than doing like actual college and everything. Like I've done college. I did that, holy crap, when I do college 6 years ago, and that was expensive as all hell. It was like $500 or something for 6 months, whereas now if I was to do that same course I'd have to cough up something like over $1,000 just to do 6 months. It is so expensive. But in the end, it did end up giving me a job, so I couldn't complain. And that was all my clerical job too. Because I did a lot of documentation stuff, learning, well, not really learning, it was more like doing it so I could get a piece of paper that says I can do this. Unfortunately, like, the only thing I actually learnt from was my web design course. That I actually did learn quite a lot of new things, and I will have to say this though, the one thing I did learn with documentation was how to do databases, which has been an absolute blessing when it comes to my own personal stuff with, say, my sets, for example. I actually have an old database dedicated to Pokemon sets, so I guess it's had its own perks with what that course has done for me. But I know where I used to live, there was no graphic design course. If anything, they were asking me to teach it because I knew more than what the teachers did, which is quite sad. I'm just going to do that for now. I'll just go over with the brown just to correct that, I think. Go down. As I said, I'm just being rough there because I can fix that with another colour, and I can't use the eraser on this either.
This sounds familiar. Actually does... Why is this song giving me like... Gale of Darkness feel to it? It's Sun and Moon. Good grief. Oh, it's at night, that's why. I play more during the day. Down there. No, that's right. And then from here, do that wing. Yeah, we're looking pretty good so far with the outline according to my other window. Another thing too is, I'm actually using a tablet at the moment, not a mouse. I used to use mouse. That was lovely. Also, another tip. I have a second window like this up on my other screen. This is why having multiple screens with graphic design is so handy. So, as you see, this is what it looks like on my fourth screen, but if I drag it off to another screen, it means I can refer to that while I'm colouring on my fourth screen. So I can just look up every now and then see what the picture looks like while I'm drawing or colouring in. It's also very good when I'm drawing as well. I would love to show you guys what it actually looks like with that up while I'm drawing. Extremely handy reference while you draw. So you know, like, you know, if you have to zoom in for very fine details, you can remain zoom in and then look at the other screen and go, alright, this is looking good, or no, I have to cut back a bit of detail or something. Extremely handy stuff. So it's like mirrors the exact same window. A little handy little cheats like that just makes digital art so much easier. And I kind of wish there was a few cheats like that with traditional art. It, as I said, would make things so much easier. But I guess traditional art has to be traditional in some way, I guess. But I've been doing traditional art now for years. Like, I did traditional art even in high school, where everyone else did like painting and everything. Where the hell did that go? I must have like zoomed off the bloody window. So like the screen that you guys are looking at is actually my Cintiq, which is my fourth screen. So I'm using a Wacom Cintiq. It's I think it was like a 12 HD one. Like the smallest one you could possibly get. You can get like way bigger ones like 24 HD or even massive one like that. I think the largest one's even bigger than my own screens, which is hard to believe. Shit, there's a mistake there. That's gonna be fun correcting that. Hopefully I don't see it when I shrink it down. I'm gonna have to like check for mistakes when I shrink this to normal size. I'm at the bottom of the wing at the moment. So that's the reason why I'm working at such a high scale too, is working at a high scale, say like 3000 by 3000 or 6000 by 6000. When you shrink down your image, you'll be able to like cut down or minimize on that like minor mistakes, like say that little bit of line art I forgot to erase. Hopefully you wouldn't be able to see that when you shrink it down. Okay. Which makes like life so much easier. Very fine details. Woo, there's like Nightbot going crazy here.
Follow Pokemon. Yes, we need Pokemon that walk. Although having said that as well, as long as it doesn't blow the game up, I'm all good with that. As we all saw, like Sun and Moon lagged heavily as it was on a normal 3DS. Maybe not so much on a new 3DS, but I used the original 3DS, and believe me, there was a lot of lag. Especially in like double paddles. Oh god, I spat again! My poor Cintiq is getting a shower with this. And yes, I also have a Wacom Intrus as well. That's what I started, well, I didn't officially start with that, but for a while I was using an Intrus Pro. What am I gonna do there? That's gonna be, I think, the beak. There's only one little bit left I gotta do. That's over here. This sounds groovy. What's this? Mystery dungeon or something? Has to be mystery dungeon. It's got that little mystery dungeon feel to it. So if we zoom out, that's what it looks like with the... I'm calling it color lines for now. It just simplifies it so much easier. So as you see now, like, instead of like... Let's say I was to do this. Go... Come on. Color overlay. Make it black. I didn't mean to cancel it. So color overlay black. So that's with the thick black outlines. You know, it does work. And I've seen a lot of people do it like that. But there's just something about having the darker shade of the color I'm focusing on. Just works so well, especially on a black background like this. Because if I turn that black back on, you can kind of notice that, you know, it kind of brings it in. And some parts look like they're going to be broken up by the black areas. I don't know, again, it comes down to like personal preference, but the fact that if we were to do a black shirt with this, I kind of feel it might blend into the shirt a little bit. And as Dark Poison said, it does complement the pictures, or does complement it a lot better. I swear to God, I am artistic and I know my terminology, but I am still quite tired from the 24-hour live stream. Swear to God. I swear to God, I am a digital artist. You wouldn't think it the way I'm butchering everything at the moment. This is so groovy. Alright, I'm using Photoshop as the program, and I'm using a Wacom Cintiq as the graphics tablet. If I had the camera on, I would show you what the Cintiq looks like and like how I'm drawing and everything and what my previous graphics tablet was. Oh god, I feel like dancing with this music. This is just so groovy. It's meant to be relaxing. It's not relaxing. I need to like remove that from the playlist, I think. That's not the right color. How's that? Okay, well, I'll deal with that then. I mean, if I really, really, really wanted to, I can just do this. That looks a bit better. I might just drop that down to 25. Oh shit, wrong layer. So it's not as harsh. Okay, that looks a lot better. Now, afterwards, I'll just have to go through and fix up the colors again. The only problem with like the really harsh dark colors, they will blend, hide some of the color mistakes. And I'm gonna just bring up my secondary color that, so if I overdo this, I can just do that and fix it. This is 4th gen Pokemon Lab, I know that. Please don't get salty, there's no 4th gen remake! Oh god, I probably should have like removed all the 4th gen songs. Looking with the decrease. Okay, that's looking a lot better actually. I needed that opacity. I seriously, don't ask me why blue just works so well with luminosity for shading. I don't actually now. I used to have a way of shading, but I've completely ditched it now for this technique of using blue and then blending with luminosity. For some odd reason, it just works so much better. And I actually picked that tip up from, believe it or not, a video I saw on Crunchyroll that was just showing off some digital artist that was doing some fan art. And I'm like, oh, I like that idea for shading. I'm going to try that out myself, see how good it is. And I haven't actually looked back. So, another tip, or pro KrimZen tip, go look at other people draw. You might learn a few things. I actually am subscribed to someone who does digital art, as well as a few other things like traditional art, painting and everything. And what I'll do is I'll just sit there for a couple of hours, even if it's in the background. I'll just listen to what some other advice he has, or I will watch him draw and see if I can pick up some other pointers as well. Because heck, you may as well learn from someone who actually knows what they're talking about, instead of listening to someone like me. Because believe me, they'll be able to teach you a lot better techniques. I mean, I might be able to teach you something when I'm not half asleep. I've got to fix up those parts of the lineup too. So for now, I'm just going to do this very roughly. That's looking pretty good. I will go through and fix up those lines up here too. I need to put the darker shade in. So now we're going to come down here. Oh god, I missed a bit. I missed a bit. I missed a lot actually. Good grief. Oh, this is from 5th gen. It's got that 5th gen charm to it. I don't know why 5th gen just has that charm with music, but it just does. The salt avalanche is coming. Oh god. Yeah, I actually do need a smudge glove. I ordered one before stream actually. Came across one, it was like $45. It's like, oh. I don't think I'm going to be spending that much money on a glove that I could possibly just go down to, you know, the dollar stop and buy one for like on the cheap, like a cloth glove or something, and just cut the fingers off. And then I came across, what was the other one I came across? I came across a glove that I liked and it fit my hand. And I'm like, okay, I need this glove in quickly. Did the priority shipping. The priority shipping came in 13 times more than what the actual 2 gloves cost. I was like, that's bullshit. And for those of you who are interested in what the express price was, they wanted $135 for express post, and the gloves, 2 gloves cost me $10. Utter bullshit. That's Australian Post in a nutshell for ya. Expensive, and they lose your shit all the time, so I wasn't going to be paying that much just for the chance of them losing my shit. Which I've had happen before. yeah, like someone try and justify $135 shipping when I could just do normal shipping and have a chance of it coming on the same day as priority. This was a hobby of mine for a long time. Well, it was a hobby until I got approached by my now boss, who asked me, after seeing a lot of my drawing, I was like, yo, do you want a job in LED light design? And he already knew I had an interest in it because I loved watching him actually build LED lights and like just admiring all his work afterwards. It was like, oh cool, yeah, I'd love to take a job on. And in the end, he ended up asking if I wanted to do an apprenticeship, so I've taken that on. And now I've got Ben going, oh, do you want to do t-shirts for me? I was like, oh god. I know where this is gonna go, so that became a thing as well. I mean, that happens all the time. Like, heck, even Ben mentioned on like 24-hour live stream the fact that, you know, YouTube started off as a hobby for him. He wasn't going to do anything serious with it. It just evolved into a job. Same thing with this with me. It started off as a hobby and people end up just noticing and they can take you on for something a little bit more serious. And if that ever happens, it's like the best thing ever. Like, seriously, I would rather have a job in drawing than, say, working at Macca's. I mean, heck, I did enjoy clerical, because I do enjoy doing that type of stuff, but I couldn't do it for the rest of my life. Whereas this, I could, because I do have an interest in it, I do have a passion for it. Which is like, life advice. Go for something you have a passion for. If you get stuck in a job where you don't have a passion for it, it's just a job you go for money, believe me, you will get sick of it quite quickly. I mean, heck, I did that for Macca's, trying to find another job. Like, because all of my qualifications were New South Wales only. It was like, I couldn't transfer it to Western Australia, so I had to literally plant my foot down and work at Macca's and hope someone else would take me in for a job. Went job searching for a whole year, and in the meantime, I got extremely sick of like not working at Macca's. Like, just I wanted to get out of it, but I also got physically sick as well, like extremely physically sick, just from working there, from the stress and a whole bunch of other things too. Eventually I had to end up quitting Macca's because A, they cut my hours, and B, I physically couldn't do it anymore. So I was like, you know, I kind of wish I did get this job a bit earlier, but you know, shit happens unfortunately. But I'm kind of glad that I did get approached with the opportunity to do something like LED light design. It was like, oh cool, yeah, I can do that. He's obviously recognized I've got the talent to do it, and at the same time it's like, yeah, I get to do something I actually physically enjoy doing, and it doesn't make me sick either. And that's the worst. It was like waking up every morning to do Macca's and come home feeling sick from stress, or waking up sick because of anxiety, like thinking, oh god, I'm gonna go into work and get abused by either my boss or a customer. And I do actually suffer from anxiety, so that was the worst, was waking up with anxiety attacks or panic attacks. And I did end up having a panic attack actually one day at work, and lost like 2 weeks of work because they didn't want to schedule me on again. So I was like, oh, for fix's sakes. And that's the thing, Macca's doesn't work around like you or anything. It's just like, oh, if you can't work for us, we just won't give you the hours. So I guess it was meant to be. I'm kind of glad actually I got really sick, because heck, I couldn't imagine me still doing that job actually. So I do hold some blessings that I ended up getting a job that I do enjoy. And that's like a bit of a misconception everyone has about me. It's like, oh, you're doing YouTube as full-time. It's like, no, I'm not. YouTube's a hobby, hence why I've got a really shit upload schedule. Because I'm not taking it seriously, because it is only a hobby to me, and it will forever be a hobby to me. I just can't take this job as a job. Oh, sorry, I can't take YouTube as a job. A, I don't have the discipline, and B, it would probably drive me nuts. I don't know why, it just drives me nuts. I just can't see YouTube being a job of mine. I would see it forever as a hobby. I think that's why I would probably suck as having it as a job, because I would just take it, you know, always forever have the discipline as a hobby. Oh, for peak's sakes, now this happens. These moments where I need to zoom in, getting really precise. Actually, I have a precision mode. How do I do that? There we go, precision. I've got no idea how that works, and why the frick did that happen? I'm gonna make that smaller, actually. Come in like that. There we go. Ah, freak. Come on, down like that. And there we go. Can probably do that. Actually, no. What's got priority? Is that's going in front? No, that has to be like that. I can't do the leak. Or do I do the leak? No, that's meant to be the leak color. I fucked up. I fucked up. That's meant to be the leak color. No wonder it's not looking right. That's better. I was gonna say, I should be giving priority to the leak there. Oops, 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 too rough. I got too carried away. Right, at least I can fix it up pretty easy. Alright, what's going on? Yeah, the work was probably making me sick too. Look, a leak! Oh my god, guys, there's a leak! There's an Ultra Sun and Moon leak on the screen. Dux is actually the villain, guys. Hype. Actually, I would be hype if Dux was like the villain. Be something a bit different. I mean, heck, don't fucks with the ducks. Or don't fuckle with the Shuckle. Oh man, imagine if Shuckle was like some type of evil Pokemon. Let's fix this up now. Ah, too rough. This is why Zoom exists. And I don't use it half the time. I mean, heck, what other leaks could they bloody do? Like, you know, I remember seeing clickbait, well, for speculation stuff for Sun and Moon. I remember there was like, oh, there's a Ho-Oh in the clouds, or there's a Lugia in the clouds. Ho-Oh and Lugia confirmed for Pokemon Sun and Moon. I was like, okay, why is people's heads in the clouds when we could be physically looking like what's in front of us? I don't know, like, there is only one problem with this now. It's like I almost have to avoid YouTube's homepage because I get recommended all the speculation in air quotation marks or people doing leaks and everything. It's like, YouTube is no longer safe for me. I'll just go into hiding. And it also makes it quite hard too when I do speculation videos because people always expect something to do with like leaks or fake leaks or, you know, supposed real stuff. It makes it really hard to do like proper speculation stuff.
Or you get people who come to your speculation videos and go, oh, but they leaked this, there's like leaks saying this, you're incorrect, or there's more to it, and it's using the leaks, yada yada yada. I'm trying to remember like some of the excuses I had with last time's speculation videos. I know some of them like purely just plain ridiculous. I really need a drink now. Low on ducks confirmed. I feel with drawings, I feel like 100 ideas, only one is chosen. I think especially with my job, that is definitely true. Because I can have like 1,000 ideas when my boss wants me to create something. Like if I get creative freedom, things become quite hard, I will admit that. Because it's like, alright, I've got to think, what does the customer want? What for me looks good, like artistically wise, because you know my boss, even though he may not know how to draw, he's got an artistic vision as well. So I've also got to think, what would my boss go for? What would I think is artistically sound? What would the customer think would look good? There's just all these different things, so I could have like a million ideas, and yet only 1 or 2 ideas in the end up going through, and yet all these ideas I thought would be wonderful just get thrown away. Who knows, it could have been like something like a diamond in the rough somewhere in there. It's like, oh. And that is one part of art I kind of don't like, is especially when you're like on a time limit too, it's like, could you potentially throw away something that would be so good? And yes, I am doing a Poke Fusion afterwards. I don't want to spending all my time on this one design, I will say that. I do want to show off a few other ideas I have, especially when it comes to sketching and all that. What am I working on now? I might do that wing because it's driving me nuts. This sounds like something from 4th gen. It really does. It is. It's nighttime. It's one of the routes. I think it's like the snow route. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Please don't get triggered. I can't do anything 4th gen related now. It's like I'm unintentionally playing 4th gen music. I'm probably like triggering people now. Going, but I wanted a 4th gen remake. We will get one eventually, I swear. We will get one eventually, just not now. I really didn't think this playthrough was through at all. I feel it's like a bit soon we start playing 4th gen music. Oops, I didn't mean to hit undo. What, people want me to draw a scissor and a weaver fused together? Oh dear god. I do have an idea, like I actually made my own fusion, like drafted one pre-stream. Like, oh, this would be really cute to draw. So if I sketch that really quickly, I'll see if I can sketch a few other ideas people have. So I'm sure you guys have better ideas than what I do. Who would have thought drawing stream would make me so thirsty? What am I doing here? I think the only
No, I don't. What did I do with Dragonite? I'm gonna need to refresh my memory here. Derpy derp derp. Should have just done this. Oh, okay, so I did work around the eyes. So I was saying it looked a bit awkward otherwise. I was just trying to remember, like, I made up, like, with that Dragonite artwork I just brought up then, I actually made up quite a few techniques on the SCO. Like, a lot of things I was just experimenting with was like, oh, okay, I haven't done this before, let's try this. And a lot of it worked. It was like, oh, okay, let's hope I can remember how I did that again. And that is obviously one thing I do like about art though, like, especially learning a brand new art style is I can learn and try and experiment with all these new ideas and see if they work with my personal style. Because obviously I've got my own style, someone else has their own way of doing things. And then when you like get together and talk about all these type of things, you're like, oh cool, like that's a unique way of doing things, I might try that myself. And it sparks like a really cool discussion. I mean, heck, I remember doing that back in high school. Seeing how people did ways of sketching and like you look at it and go, oh, I haven't thought that way of doing it before, I'm gonna try that. And the good thing about this is I can go in the nostril and just do that. Instead of make it like black, it will just go a dark orange colour. Come down. Now this goes in front, so I've got priority. I'm doing that part really rough so I can see that for reference, that I've got something to do down there. Right, so far, that's what the Farfetch looks like. It's looking really good, actually. Actually, as soon as you said that, as soon as I saw that in chat, I actually zoomed out. That was quite creepy. There's only one thing I don't like about this, is my back goes really, really quickly. I got a really bad lower back because of my legs. I do wish they released more loan forms, considering we're getting 2nd gen. As I was saying though, like, I can't draw for that long. I need to actually get up every now and again and walk. My back just cramps up and it's so sore when I do it. So how long have we been going for anyways? Just so I know. So you guys don't have to hear me suffering. Okay, so I'll go to about on break for next 10 minutes. I'll probably actually I'll do one bit before I go on break. Because I don't want my back going on me. I'll do its feet. I mean, heck, you can see what the difference the outline actually makes. Like, the one thing I learnt was the outline can almost make or break a artwork. It almost depends on what style you're going for. If you're going for like a really, you know, like an animated something like that, it probably would be better to do a black outline. But like for example, Pit Knight's intro, for example, like Lightson did. The black outlines actually almost add to that cartoony style. Whereas this, for example, I'm kind of going to, I guess, cartoony realistic style. So I kind of want it to be very similar to the subject of the artwork. Whereas, like, going back to Lightson's drawings, the black outlines can almost define expressions. Like, you can go from very thin outline to a thick black outline, can add more expression to say, like if I brought up, I don't know why it's going up there, that's annoying. $3,000 by 3,000. You ready? 3,000 with a res of 300 because that's printing size. So if I say I want to print this out for pig's sakes, go away. Oh, lovely. Delete. Okay, like I'm gonna get really pedantic here. I just have my little ways. It's like, let's say see if I got my precious set up though. Like this is an example of a cartoony style. Like this is gonna be so bad. Pen pressures on. Not that, for example. Let's see if I can do it. I suck at this type of style, so this may not work. It's like you start off and you go like really thick like that. And that would be obviously black. And then, oh god, I can't do it like with this pressure setting because I'll break my Cintiq at the process. But if that was like really, really thick, and my Cintiq options are somewhere else at the moment, but I hope the point got through because it was just, the point was you could almost use it as like adding to the cartoony style, like if that was all black, and it just wouldn't work as well if it blended in with the picture and complemented it. You wouldn't be able to see the expressions as well. So that's about the only time I'd probably ever keep the outline black. That was the point I was trying to get at. It just failed miserably. Woo! A cartoon eye. It was meant to be cartoon eye. I fucked up. I tried to explain my point, but as I said, I'm too half asleep to even explain it at the moment. Woo! This is why Catherine's not a teacher. Because she can't explain shit. I hope the point got through, but the black light lines work if you're going for really cartoony, you want something to stand out. If you want something to like be blending in and almost be realistic of some way, you'd go for the blending lines. That was the point I was going at. I think I lost the point in transmission somewhere. More like a retelling of the story, i.e. director's vision. Oh. Yeah, I'd say that's what Sun and Moon's going to be. It will be like an alternative version that they wanted to do originally but had to scrap it. Or something like that. Similar to what Pokemon Black and White 2 would be, I'd say. Or what Emerald is, or Platinum. All those, for example. But I definitely do want to see like more forms, like Alolan forms added. And definitely more legendaries to be caught. Or at least some type of decent post-game. Oh. Oh, God, my back. Alright, I might have to take a bit of a break so I can get like another drink, or take a drink at least, and just stretch my back out so I don't completely screw my back over while I'm doing stream. So I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. So I will see you guys 10 or 15 minutes, however long it takes me to stretch my back. Okay, we're back. So I had a bit of a walk around and made myself another cup of tea before I come back on stream. I didn't want to take too much of a break from streaming, considering like normally it takes me about half an hour to fix my back. Alright. And plus I did want to finish this before, so I could do a bit of like Pokemon Fusion drawing as well, or something along those lines. Okay, so what are we talking about? Where are we from? 123 Stalker Lane? That's Ben's joke. Nobody has like Blue's godlike friend code. Seriously, his friend code is almost like a troll friend code. It's just like so godlike that even if you did add it, it would just blow your 3DS up. Heck, if I didn't believe his bloody friend code at first, it just seemed too good to be true. Yeah, I do have some talent in design. It's obvious I must have failed on that part of my channel then. Oh wait, I thought... Actually, that triggers me a little bit. It must mean I failed on Pimp's designs as well. And this is the thing, sometimes I could just redo a section over and over and over again until I'm finally happy with it like I am now. But as I said, like I make some minute mistakes, and hopefully when I blow this down, you won't be able to see them. Whoops. Okay, what next? Right, we might do the skull this time. Where are we? Gotta be careful I don't go into the other part. Oh god, people are triggered. It's 4th gen. Whoops. That. Right, that's looking pretty good at the moment for the skull. Yeah, I should probably save. I don't know how many times I've lost projects like not saving, or whether it be Photoshop or Access or Excel or Word. I've lost that many documents to not saving. It's like one of the biggest taboos is not saving. Heck, I've even lost website pages due to that. I've done like an hour's worth of coding and something freezes or crashes, and I've lost an hour's worth of coding. It's like, no! That's so mean! Heck, I don't think I can recall all the times I've lost things to crashes or power outages is another one I've lost things to.
Wait, how the hell does that make sense? Oh yeah, it's like, wow, that's very thin. Actually, I'm surprised I haven't heard any Pokemon Ranch music yet. That's quite relaxing. That was an awesome little game for 4th gen for the Wii. For those of you who know what Poke Ranch was, you could transfer Pokemon from 4th gen and it acted like Pokebank. But you would actually get put onto a ranch with them and you could interact with them, or they could like do interactions with you. And the other good part of it was you could get Mew out of it too. The Mew came with like it came with Hypnosis, and it came with another move that was only exclusive to Pokemon Ranch, and I can't remember what it is, but it was like a really good move, I think, as well. Or it's become obsolete and become a tutor move, I can't remember. Hey, that's about the same time for me. It's 5:49 AM, so Malaysia must be in the same time zone as I am. Or Western Australia. Yeah, I'm up at 5:49 AM in the morning. It probably adds towards my insanity. It's probably why I'm insane. All these like late nights. It's like, oh. Especially when you've been awake for 36 hours over the weekend. Which, by the way, that's how long I was awake for that 24-hour stream. I was awake from 6 o'clock before the stream, because we started at we started about 4 o'clock for the 24-hour live stream. 4 AM, I was awake at 6 PM, rushing to finish off the stream layout, rushing to finish breeding my Pokemon, rushing to finish EV training my Pokemon, transferring Pokemon. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna be so tired for the stream. Like, I don't even know how I'm gonna survive the stream. So we did 24 hours. And I'm like, why am I still awake after the 24-hour live stream? I think I was in there awake for like 8 hours before the stream too. So I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna be awake for 36 hours. I live to tell the tale somehow. Leak time. So yes, I am partly insane, I think. I must be. It's the only conclusion I can have to why I was awake for so long for stream. I am slightly insane. If people haven't worked that out already. But I think you might be slightly insane to do something like a 24-hour live stream to begin with. Wait, how long were you awake for, Blue? I'm pretty sure Blue was awake for a lot longer than what we were. I think that's meant to be white. Yeah, it is, because it's meant to go in like that, out like that, and then that would be perspective of the skull that goes in front. Come in like that. we just fill in that. And I actually think somewhere needs to be a different color, I think. I'm gonna fix that up because something doesn't feel right up there. Because KrimZen fucked up, I think. Or I can fix that with the shading. I'll probably fix that with shade. That's one good advantage of this particular style. I can fix it up by just shading it. Jesus, how long have we been streaming? It's like an idea on how long it takes me to do this. Lol. Blue being a troll sent me like a troll image on Skype I just saw. Don't worry, Blue, I just saw the troll you sent me. So 3 hours it's taken me so far to do this much of the painting. Just an example of how long it takes me to do things. From here. Catherine saying confirmed. Don't fucks with the ducks. Don't. The ducks fucks with you. Same with Shuckle, you don't fuck with the Shuckle either. As I found out on Ark. Because that thing one-shots you. Plus I live with Ben. I think that's enough of a confirmation that I'm slightly insane. It takes more than relaxing music to like calm me down some days. When you gotta deal with like horrible puns 24/7. I just wish I could do what this music is. Just surf away, carefree, pun-free. Life would be so wonderful if that was the case. But alas, that's not the case. No, that needs to be the skull. That needs to be the skull. That don't look right. Also, speaking of pen, I said pen, not Ben. Woo! I could. If I just go too insane, I'll just, as Richard said, just jump in the ocean and float away. I probably will end up doing that. I'll just like hit a moment of like, yep, that's it, bye. I'm just gonna float away, you'll never see me again. And I'll just have this music playing as I float away. God, that's probably bound to happen anyway. Put a bit of a curvature on that. Okay, that's looking good. Just need to go through and fix up some of the colouring now. Something doesn't look right there. But it's right. That triggers me. Hopefully I don't see that when it's min. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is just go through and fix up the colouring on this now. You probably saw as I was fixing up the line art that a lot of in here or just I gotta do this now. I'm not done. What? 1 second. Let's fix that. And for the eye, I'll just leave that black. Oh, Blue was awake for 37 hours. We were close. We were 1 hour off. I dropped at 36. I couldn't do anymore. I was dead to the world. And then Asta woke me up 4 hours later, little bitch. I can't remember what she was doing, but I had to wake up and feed her, I think. I can't remember, but I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, Asta. Can you, like, be quiet? Mummy's trying to sleep. And then, like, the neighbours were being loud. It was like, because it's also a public holiday, the time we ended. So the next door neighbours were chucking a party or something. I was like, oh, trying to sleep is going to be the worst or the hardest thing to do at the moment. But I ended up dropping dead to the world, which was really good. And then slept for 12 hours. And I was like, okay, time to get up and, like, tackle the world. Gets up. And I was awake until, like, I think I woke up at 7:30 or something. So, like, a bit over 13 hours sleep I got from stream. Now I was only awake for 11 hours and went back to sleep and had another 12 hours. So it took me about a few goes to finally, you know, be recovered from stream. And even then, whoops, even then I'm like questioning, am I still fully recovered from stream? Is it just me? Like, this song, if it's Mystery Dungeon, no, it's X and Y, I think, has a Kingdom Hearts feel to it. I don't know why it just did. This is Mystery Dungeon. I think this is Red and Blue, where you're in the main city. Mystery Dungeon has some of the like most relaxing music, and yet can be so tear-jerking. Oh, how can a game do that? I just don't know. It can be so relaxing, and yet just tug at those heartstrings so hard. I mean, I totally didn't cry for like 20 minutes on the ending of the conclusion of like original Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I totally didn't. And I wasn't in the car or anything on the way towards the Gold Coast, which is Queensland. I totally wasn't. That was so heartbreaking. And then I think 4th Gen was very similar. That's probably why the eye didn't look good. Because it's in the outline. Good job, KrimZen. So that's probably why the pupils didn't look right, because as you can see there, it's actually underneath the outline. Ah, that looks good. Let's save. Now just gotta fix up the colours, and then we can do the final bit, which is shading, and I'll leave that there for tonight. And after that, I'll just like fiddling around with it and making sure. Nice side. Oh, a Psyduck. Seriously, that looks like a Psyduck? I need more sleep than if it looks like a Psyduck! If that looks like a Psyduck, I need more sleep then. I question my sanity. Oh god. Okay, now it's a fun game of find which is actually the line art and what's actually the base color. So has anyone else got any other theories for like Ultra Sun and Moon? I think we covered like a fair amount of it, but I'm happy to discuss any more of it so we can like move away from my horrible artwork. Because apparently that's not like doing Pokemon art is no longer original apparently. Oh. Oh god. Oh my god, Lily will probably be the professor. Jesus Christ. Remember well, if we're playing alternative storyline, she was meant to be like researching Pokemon in Sun and Moon and in the anime. I mean, heck, she could turn around and be a professor. Be very similar to what... oh my god, I forgot her name. Bianca was in Black and White too. But I nearly blanked on what her name was because I didn't like the rivals from Gen 5. Well, sorry, I liked them a bit more than what the 6th gen rivals were. They had a bit more dimension there. But I couldn't stand the 5th gen story, which really wrecked the rivals for me. That's just me. I think we got all the brown bits. There is one easy way to see. Turn that off and check with the pink. Pokemon Range is a good series to go with. Mystery Dungeon's another good one. Rumble World I would also suggest. I do like Rumble World. That's a good like, I didn't think of it that way, actually. Did they confirm there was going to be new Alolan forms when they said you could catch new Pokemon that you couldn't catch originally? See, I took that in a literal sense and thought, alright, we're going to be getting Pokemon from the National Dex we originally couldn't catch, like we could in the, say, Black and White 2 and all that, where they have more of the National Dex available to you. See, I took it at that literal sense. I never actually took it at a sense of them saying, oh look, there's going to be like
more Alolan forms or something like that. So that's an interesting twist on the words. Which, if that is the case that they were going at, that is awesome. And I definitely do welcome that. Seeing a bit more variety. I think we got all the brown bits by the looks of it. There's probably like some little bits I may have to like touch up. Oops. But I may not do all of that in this stream, because otherwise, as I said, I could be here for 12 hours trying to do that. And I would just bore you guys. But also having said that as well, like if I do minor bits, you can actually see how much work that I do actually put into a lot of my digital art, which is a lot. Like drawing this took me 8 hours, and however long the stream goes for is how long it takes me to color it. Sometimes it can be more, sometimes it can be less, depending on the artwork itself. That's fine. I'll also go through and check without a background color as well, just to see if there's any little gaps or I've missed some bits as well. Like, as you can see, like as soon as I turned the pink on, I could see a lot more mistakes with my coloring. And I've missed some bits of my line art colouring as well, trying to fill it in and blend it. What's the name of that paint as well? That, this thing here? If that's what you're referring to, that's a little extension called Colorus version 2.5. I did have to pay for that extension. It is really handy because it means I can just, if I want to try and go down a few shades when I'm doing things like multiply and all that, I can just use that. Save me having to go through like here. Except I'm still getting used to this, as you can probably tell, like I'm still going through here and selecting my colours, which I shouldn't be. As I said though, this is coming down to like getting out of old habits and everything. Because I have obviously been doing that now for years and that's what I'm used to. But, as I said, gotta try and break the mold, which can take a while. When I do finally do it though, it's like such a good thing. Oops, I'm doing on the wrong layer again. And then that's black. It's the pupil. I'll fix that pupil up now. And then will eventually get around to actually fixing that. But as I said, I may fiddle around with that in my own spare time.
it's meant to be green. And that bit's also meant to be green too, because my set. Oh no, look. I've actually fucked up in my actual colouring. That's meant to be green. So when you zoom out, that looks better. What's Ben texting me? Oh, Ben went and did Pokemon Go without me. What a bastard! He did Pokemon Go without me. Everyone tweet Ben should have brought KrimZen. Or something like that, or some type of fancy hashtag for him. That he didn't take his girlfriend Pokemon Go hunting. Soul Crosma. Huh! What have we got? Oh yeah, that wheel is so handy. Sorry, I was like paying attention to my drawing and then Ben texted me. Better to visualize opposite colors, and there's like other things too it comes with. I can never get it with my tablet though. There's like, you can go blender using, like, say you got your darker color here. And go down to like a white or something, so you can see all the shades between your selected color and your lighter color. You got your color scheme going in here, you got swatches. More blending, color history. I don't know what that's doing down there, but scheme never seems to work for me. Yeah, all these little things as well. You got sliders, so you can mix around with this, all different color sats and everything. And you got monotone. Oh yeah, being called Bem's mum. Freak, that was fun. Soul Crosmo or Lugos. Nah, that doesn't work. Especially with my dyslexia, I could never say that. The ultimate insult. Being called Ben's mum, yeah. I'm not that old. I mean, I didn't... If anything, Ben's older than me. I don't know how that's even possible to be his mum. Someone will come up with some strange theory to that. Like, how is it possible for a 24-year-old to be the mother of a 27-year-old? Oh. I've plainly just fucked up there. That's better. I actually think we're looking pretty good here now. I didn't see that any other mistakes. I think I might... This is the thing, shit. I may... No, don't delete state of eraser. There's like one part of this liner I might fix up because it looks a bit odd. It's like, why would you have just like black there when really you want it to show the edge of the skull? Like really, when you're looking at that perspective, you wouldn't have it like an empty, or maybe not. Maybe. this part's gonna be tricky. I'm gonna have to like think this one through. Either I put a shading there to make it look like that there's still an outline there, but have it in the back is what I may have to do. Just come on. That's what I might do actually. I might put a shading on top of that so it makes it look like it's still there, the outline, but it's still quite dark to almost blend in with it. If not, I can easily revert that. I think we're now all goody good. That's looking really good, like even, wait, just a cotton picking minute. I may have to like zoom out again and like have a look at my line art because all my base colors. Something didn't look good. Or I cheat and do this. I might have to because I don't like it when I zoom out and I still see white spots. Wait, I don't need to do that. What am I doing, KrimZen? KrimZen, what are you doing? No, don't delete that. Put that there. Paint bucket that white. Then we'll contract that by 5. Wait. I said contract. Oh! It's meant to be expanding. Right, I'm in like opposite mode at the moment. KrimZen's derping. She's meant to go expand. Expand that by 5. Expand it by a few bits more. Expand that in. Then come down. That. Delete. Okay, that will fix up some of those errors. Hopefully. But we'll need to come in and do this. See, like little bits there I can still see that need to be coloured in. Oh, for peak's sakes. There we go. So that's going to at least show you some of my mistakes that I've made. But as I said, I'll fix it off in my spare time. Okay, last step. Oh. Maybe he'll get hurt when he's playing Pokemon Go. I'm also, oh god, I just looked up and started reading what everyone came up with. I'm also my own mother and daughter. I've split into 3 people. She takes bad care of her son. Let him go outside of his own stuff. That's the thing, he always does go out and does his own stuff. He just went to the gym. Normally we do Pokemon Go together. It's like meant to be, it's normally a boyfriend and girlfriend thing we do together. But then again, like if he's meant to be my son, you know, whatever he goes out and hurts himself, his mum's not going to be there to like look after him. And sarcasm there too, by the way. Gotta think of it that way. No, he's out like investigating a nest. We've got like a Swinub nest. Normally ice types are quite rare where we live, so to have an ice type nest is like really cool. Anyways, continuing on. Is the shading. So I now gotta work out my shadows. And I did kind of draft up my shadows already. So it's like, is what I was thinking of doing for shadows. So I'm gonna focus on like the belly being darker. The feet down here I'm gonna put a bit more detail in to make it look like web feet. So I didn't do the web feet as lined art. I actually want to detail that with shadows.
My son should be... Ben doesn't study. He spent all his high school playing video games. Oh my god, Blue, what's the secret? Let me guess. Let me guess. You are my father or something. I knew it! I didn't even read the chat. I just stopped there. I was like, he's gonna say something like, I'm your father. Yeah, he plays way too many games. Lol, he probably didn't go to the gym. He just went playing Pokemon Go instead. Just told me like, Mum, I'm going to the gym. Actually goes out and like, plays Pokemon Go instead. What a bastard. Alright, so same technique here again. Did I keep my shadow outlines? And before I didn't? I didn't. Good job, me. Oh wait, I did. I kept my shadow lines. So that gives me some idea what my shadows are, which is great. So now I can work off this. I would need to do this first. This is where that clipping mask comes into effect. Merge layers. Alt, clip. Shit, 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 shit. Why am I doing that? Seriously. Oh my dear God. We will get this right in 1 second. There we go. Now I want this. There we go. But I do want my line art back in so I can see. I will slowly figure out what I'm doing. Actually, I'm going to take that right back because I have completely fucked up and I've just realised what I've done. Okay, I want that. I'm going to go... those. Dupe. Yes. Control E to merge. Hide them. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. When she actually draws on the right layer. There we go. Now I can go luminosity. Turn that down to 10. Right, now I'm getting somewhere. Sorry, I completely freaking dirt something crazy there for a second. I am still tired. So from here I can fiddle around with my shading. He's grounded when he gets home. Lol, and then we'll... Oh, God. And then Bev will say he's a flying type and is immune to grounding. Oh my god, that sounds like something Ben would say. Oh my god. That made me laugh. That is a good pun. I like that. Or his ability is levitate. Be something along those lines. I'm gonna say I'm gonna give you an iron ball then. Alright, so what I'm doing here is I'm just putting in my shadows. So I've got a bit of a guideline going. It's like not the greatest guideline, but at least it gives me some idea of where I'm going. And at the moment, I've only just done shadows. I don't think I actually worked out my lighting, which is going to be like weird, because normally when you use shadows, you work your light source out as well. And I'll fix it up in a second. Normally I tend to be like a little bit rough with this. So as I said, like when I do minimize the picture, you probably won't be able to see the little mistakes I've done. Well, one would hope. And as well, like while I'm doing this, I can even like fiddle around with my opacity and see like how dark I want to do my shadings, or if I want them a bit lighter. And there's usually times as well I may have to do a double up on shading, because some parts say like would it be an example on this one? Say like maybe around here might be need to be a bit darker than normal, or say there as well would need to be darker, so I may need to double up my layers, or may need to do a multiply layer just to darken them up. But as I said, like normally I would say whatever my eye thinks needs to be either darkened or lightened, which is all really what shading really is. It just tries to bring out some more details in the picture, so it's not all two-dimensional. It tries to get some type of like 3D going on with it. So as you can see now, like since I'm shading on top of my liner as well, it now brings the liner into the actual picture. Whereas normally I'd have like, you know, say your standard black line or something. Your black line would still be like showing your border of your image, and that would be it. Whereas this, it's still complementing the image and still brings it out even further. So if I was to get rid of that shadow line, like once I color it in this wing, I'll show you exactly what I'm aiming for. And you can see just how much of a difference doing a shadow on top of the blending line. There we go, it's called a blending line, I got it. Yay! It didn't take me like all strain to figure out what the terminology for that was. Just how effective that is, doing the shading on top of the blending line, and how it brings out the drawing a bit more. Especially on like a dark background, say like a black t-shirt or something. And the good thing about these blending line is I do have a lot of control over the color of it. So instead of me drawing and say like the color I would want it in, I can easily say, oh look, I want to change that bit into like say a brown there because it looks better or something. Depending on perspective, I may actually do that because, or may not. Depends how I want the feather to look. Like, do I want the feather to look like it's going behind the brown stuff, the brown feathers, or do I want the tan to look like it's coming in front of the brown feathers?
I think just looking at my other window, I may actually do that. So like example, that's a good example actually. Like, do I want to change perspectives of how I want things to look, or say it didn't look as nice as I thought it would? Just little basic things like that makes it quite flexible and very fluid, instead of being like stuck on one color, which is something that traditional art falls in a category quite a fair amount actually. Like, once you put down a color or something, or ink up a picture, you can't turn around and go, oh crap, I made a boo-boo, I don't want that there anymore. It's kind of there forever. You'll have to either redraw the whole picture again or just deal with it. And as you see that, I actually pointed out a bit of a not coloured thing there. Tell you what, after I do this stream, I'll probably be heading to SAC as well. That 24-hour live stream really screwed me over, like in regards to my sleep and how long I stay awake for. A human being should not do that. I mean, heck, I don't even stay awake for 24 hours to do a gaming session. I'll normally do like 18 hours or something, but like, nah, that's enough for today, time to get some sleep. I am so weak when it comes to that. So to stay awake for 36 hours, that's the longest I've ever been awake for. Alright, so we'll just clean this up and then ah, crap. And then I'll just zoom it out and show you what it actually looks like with all the shading down. And again, me being pedantic, I should probably have a bit of a softer edge on this. It'd probably make this part really easy to do if I did that. That's better. The problem is though, if I go too far, I soften up too much. Nah, we're gonna go hard edge. At the moment, I'm just doing this really roughly so I can get past this part. Because knowing me, I'll probably end up just fixing this up in my own time. Really don't want to do like the really boring bits on stream. Because this alone could take another 2 hours if I was to do it my own pedantic way. So we'll zoom out. So that's kind of showing off the wing. So from here I can say like, you know, it's not dark enough. Just throw some opacity back up on it. And see, I can now got full control over, you know, how dark or how light my shadows are. And you can see as I'm doing that, just how much the actual wing and the line art's coming out on it. So if I was like to throw the black outline on it, you'd definitely be able to see a huge difference on that. So a dark background like that. See, it makes a huge difference. 50 looks about right. 50 to 25, I'll stick between those two figures. And then, like, this is kind of going back to the whole lineup thing, but unfortunately, because I've merged it, I can't fix it up now, but just to say, if I did that, I can easily come back, because at the moment I can easily just replace the merge in, if I wanted to replace it. So if I do this, you can see how easily it is for me to correct something, or say if I want to change it a different color again, I can just easily paint over the lines again, since I'm using the lock it to non-transparent pixels. Same thing here. May have went a little too high up there with that brown, but again, I can fix that in my own time. And just the bottom one. Fix up that little mistake I made. Okay, that looks a bit better. It's just around here I'm not looking too thrilled with. That actually looks better now that I filled it in. It actually looks 100 times better now on that wing. I like it. We'll keep that. And then, as I said, I can easily just go through afterwards, re-merge it, and then delete the other layer and replace it with that. That's how much control I've got over it at the moment. And now that I looked at that shadow again, drop it down again, because I thought it was too dark. Like, just little simple things like that. Asta is being Asta. Because of like the whole new Pokemon announcements we had tonight, we were paying her so little attention once again. She went and did her business somewhere in the house that she wasn't meant to, so it's like Asta's way of saying, hello, pay attention to me. It's like, ooh. Okay. 4 hours and I'm still going. Crap. I didn't expect my drawing to take this long. I might actually save it. I'm going to do like one little thing before I end the stream. I only wanted to do like a small stream tonight. Okay, so I'm going to do a bit of a... I think I'd call it like Pokemon Fusion or Fusion Mon. I forget what people call it. Okay, so for this I want a soft brush. I might use a 50 here. 50.
And once again, I can't find my cursor. Okay, so I did a bit of a photo manipulation before stream. So I was like, this will look pretty cool as a Pokemon fusion. So this is what I came up with. I came up with a Jolteon. So it's a combination of a Joltik and a Raichu. I was like, ooh, this looks pretty cute. I like Joltik, it's a really cute Pokemon. Very underappreciated. And I'm like, Raichu, honestly, I don't know how I came up with the idea of fusing Raichu with it, but it happened. I just thought it would work. So I did a photo manipulation, just cut off Raichu's head and its tail and plopped them on Joltik's body. So this is what I came up with as like an idea for a fusion. So I'm gonna try and draw that. Hopefully that works. Okay, so sketching time. So this is going to be a little bit different to my normal sketches because that's a nice Digimon. Raitik. Nah, I like I like Jolteon. Jolteon. See, I can't even say my own creation. Normally when it comes to sketching, I will sketch whatever I see, but with a fusion, I may need to draw like... Oh, they're finally out. Sweet, so the Holland starters are out and the recent ones are finally out. Woo! Good to know. As I was saying, I'll probably need to draw like each bit separately and then merge them together and then do a line art from that. So for this, I would have to do... Raichu's head first. So for that, I'm just gonna go how I'll try and fill the image. Like I personally have a really weird way of sketching things, so it's gonna look weird. If it does, I don't blame you. I have a lot of people say my sketching method is really weird. So I'm gonna draw its head in, and then from there I'm gonna go up. I'm trying to also imagine its ears as well as I'm drawing it. And almost try and like feel them out in a way, like a metaphorical sense. Almost like a blind person trying to feel for information in a way. And also using my eyes as a way of thinking, you know, is it the right, do I have it as the right width, or do I have it at a position that I feel works? Try and bring that in there. And then from there, once I'm somewhat happy with it, I'll then try and actually draw out what I've in something amongst that chaos. So I drew a bit of a cheekbone there. So that's the head. And then from there, I think I was like around here.
then from there, I think it comes in like quite skinny. Like that. Because Raichu's ears are somewhat abnormal, I think. They got something like a mouse. And then from there, it was like, you know, once I may go back to layer 1 and be like, try and sketch out the next part of its ears. So something like that. Or if I'm not happy with it, I'll fiddle around, rotate it until I'm somewhat happy with the positioning of it, and then once I'm happy with it, I will go ahead and like actually sketch it in. Or while I'm sketching it, I will also try and correct it. And I also remove like the back sometimes just so I can have a decent look at what I've drawn. And like for example, I'm not happy with that, so I'll go through and fix it up. And just rinse and repeat until I'm happy with it. I know there's a bit of a curve on that ear, but I suck at curves at the moment. There's a reason why it's not looking that good, because I'm not coming in at enough of an angle. So we make it thin there. Come up. We do that. That should be Raichu's ear. And then there's also like the fact here as well that I probably haven't gone slim enough. So fix them up. And I just eventually just build on it. Like from there I then transparent that and do the same thing again. And obviously like with traditional art, this is something you definitely can't do. Like obviously I'd just keep doing it, like sketching it in, erasing points, or using an outline pen to actually sketch in the like details that I feel I should keep. And it doesn't have to be like perfect as well on this, like, as far as my lines go, because you know I could eventually change this, turn around halfway through the sketching process, be like, okay, I don't like that either. I want to, you know, say circle that out and then go up. There's little things like that, or up like that. Actually circle out the ear. There's little things like that. And then from there it's like its cheeks. Oh wait, I definitely know I screwed that cheek up. Its cheek's in too far in, and it's too small. It's like, I think it's around there. And then just lightly sketching in its facial details. Again, just being like really rough here because normally I leave these until last because facial details are one of the most important things to a face in my honest opinion. The first thing you'll look at with anything, whether it be a person you meet, a character on a video game or anything, 9 times out of 10 the first thing you'll notice is a person's face. Person's face tends to define everything about an actual person. So I just normally just scribble it in very, very roughly and then fix up like near the end once I've figured out the rest of the body. Then from there, just folder it off. I normally name it, but tonight I won't. And then from there we got like Joltik's body, so I'm gonna have to bring up a picture of Joltik. Trying to find it is like another thing in like my terrible folders at the moment. Okay, so from there it's like, you know, again I could use, it's more of a tear shape. T-shape on its body, and then its face is going to go around here. So I'm just going to like still sketch it in, but I won't line art it when I'm going through, you know, doing like my second layer for sketching. And so at the front there's like two little triangles coming out like that, and there's like another little triangle coming out here for its little fluff. Like, it's so fluffy, so I can try and like characterize it a little bit, you know, try and make the, you know, fluffiness stand out a lot more than what it normally would, since we are doing a fusion. So I can like almost work in the fluff with the Raichu's head. And then I want it to like work around the circle I drew as well. And it will come off a little bit because the fluff looks like, you know, coming up there a little bit. And then, you know, I think it curves up like there, then you'll come down, come up. Which means I will go, well, I don't need to draw the eye. If I really, really wanted to, I can draw the eye. So from there we got the legs, which are almost cylinderish, like an oval. And then we've got from here something very close to that. Just trying to use it as like a skeleton for where I want all of its features to be. And then I think I might fuck this leg up. It needs to come up here. And then from there it's like its back leg going for a perspective, it would be there. And same thing here, you'd like sketch in some of this fluff, because legs are quite fluffy. Try and work it in with the actual shape of the legs. You know, at the moment again I'm being like extremely rough with my shaping, because I can come through later and just fix it up. Be like, okay, I don't want it to be as fluffy or something like that. Just little minor changes I can make. And then on the back is like, you know, Bit of fluff here as well. And then it comes up like that, because you technically don't see the teardrop on it. It comes up like that a little bit. And then fluff up again. Fluff it up. And then from there, the fluff almost comes over the side of the body of Joltik. So that's like an example of what a sketch of Joltik will look like. So from there I could try and just slightly clean up my line art so I don't confuse myself. There's nothing worse than like confusing myself when I go and do a final sketch. It's like, oh, okay, what the hell is those line arts doing there? What are they doing and why have I drawn them? So then I can kind of like compare it afterwards and be like, you know, there's Raichu's head. Does it fit in with the sketch? Do I need to blow it up? Which I obviously do. You know, I can fill around, just position it in all different areas. And from there, I could even circle it off here to make it look like the mouth of Raichu is coming in with the fangs of the Joltik. Or I can completely scrap these fangs, circle off the head, or can make it fluffy down here for Raichu. Keep the Raichu's face intact. Circle that off there for the cheeks. Obviously keeping the ears in and everything, because we're going to try and merge the two of them together. The Raichu looks so angry, I know it does. Obviously, like the final bit as well, is I'm going to make a new layer for this one. Another thing I do every now and again, like, is give myself more canvas room. I never work on white. I can't stand working on white. So with a new layer as well. I also got Raichu's tail to put in. And there's just something about curves. Like sketching wise, I don't like doing curves. But line arting with curves is just the most fun thing ever. Like, I've already screwed this up. Eee! So then it comes down. I think it's meant to draw a curvy lightning rod. So from up, goes up, then down, and like that, I do believe. Except maybe a little bit thicker. You know, something like that. And then maybe I can think, okay, it's too big. Maybe shrink it down a little bit. Something like that. And then again, I could like, you know, I gotta come up a bit more and thicken up that bit of the tail. And come up. Bring that down a little bit, curve it out that way, and do that. Just something like that. Now eventually I'll just like keep experimenting on that tail width until I'm about right with what I feel the width should be. I can even now and again just erase it to make sure I'm about the width I want so I don't misjudge it completely. And then from there, I may need to redraw the head. Or, how have I got the original? something like that. Then from there I'll just put it into a folder and so I can transparent it down. And that way it gives me some type of visualization of where everything's going. So I can see where the head is and I can see where my body is. It's looking pretty good. I may need to like just visualize me expanding out in the head so it merges with the Joltik head. But the only thing I need to do here. So I'm going to start with the ears because that's obviously one of our main features on this Raichu. It's either I can put that there. And from here I can break it up into like multiple layers so I can move things around. I'm almost playing like Frankenstein now. And as you can see there, like I even may go through and improve some parts of my sketch. I'll remove the head now and again as well, so I can look at it without the original sketch and be like, okay, I can move that here, or, you know, I can put that there. So since we're focusing now on the Joltik, I'm going to do the fangs. See how it looks with the fangs? Draw in some of the fluff. And because it's a Raichu head as well I'm merging with, I'm gonna slightly draw in the head. And then from there we just proceed to add in the cheeks, so the cheeks are around there. Again, just removing the line art so I can see what the line art looks like without it. My god, this music sounds like it's from RuneScape. And yes, I did used to play RuneScape before anyone questions me there. It might sound quite bizarre, but yeah, I used to play RuneScape. And I sucked balls at it. You know, even now, like, it's like, I could remove that. One thing I usually try for sketches is to make things not balanced. If everything's in symmetry, especially at this perspective, it's going to look a bit odd. So I can experiment sometimes with the fluff. You know, fluff them out a different way, or slightly change the direction on the fluff. So that way it still goes for perspective, but it still doesn't give it that whole balance, or considering the fact that, you know, since when is hair in symmetry? Unless we're talking anime, that's about the only time hair's ever in perfect symmetry. Like, my hair is never in perfect symmetry, I can tell you that now. It's either one part of my hair is out, or it's one part's longer, or little things like that. So that's usually one thing I try and take in with things like fluff or hair, is never in symmetry. Make it uneven, unbalanced, and it should bring out the picture a little bit better. I don't know why I got that random line there. You know, maybe that's a little bit. Oops, whoops. Why did I select pink bucket? You know, I can even do something like that there, because I thought it was too big or something. Anime topic could be a topic. Anime hair could be a topic on its own. Wow, Catherine's dyslexia could be a topic on its own too. So from there, it's like, you know, see what it looks like without the lines, especially in that area. And I can even cheat here, because since I'm trying to add this in with the Raichu head, I could even go, you know, a little spike there of hair there. Try and incorporate the ears with the actual image. And then if I really wanted to, I can add mask layers to these. That's not the one I want. That's not the one I want. Where's the layer I want? There's the layer I want. I did it the right layer, I didn't have the right masking on. So something like that. You know, I can have a big bit of hair there, and then, you know, coming off maybe on the inside or something, I can have little strokes of hair. As like a backup, maybe, if I didn't like that bit of drawing. And then maybe something like that. As like an example, incorporating, you know, now I've got Joltik's head in, I've got the Raichu ears still in the back. I'm going to make it that the fluff's covering its ears. And now we jump in and put the body in. Oh, hey there, Alan. I just saw you there. Hope everything's going alright for you. Stick them in. Again, hiding the sketch as I'm going along so I can see what my actual sketch looks like. You know, that's looking good. And I just realised while I was doing this, I never put in the feelers on Joltik. From there, just fluff out the legs. I'd need to do something like that for its feet. And then I would have to go up. You know, I might put an extra bit of fluff there on its leg. Just to give it a bit of a dimension with its leg. And also a bit of shape for it too. And then we've also got up here. Again, as I said, kind of characterizing the Joltik as well. Giving it its own bit of personality. And coming through and adding the feelers, which we never added in the sketch, so I'm kind of just doing this off by eye. And then there's like a feeler there and a bit of a feeler there. Again, taking away the sketch. Put the sketch back on. And from there I'll just sketch in my, well, get an idea of what the Raichu tail is, so I draw over that. Very roughly again. As I said, this is only meant to be a sketch. What the final lineup would me be going over with the black, making sure all the lines are all nice and pretty, and not, you know, sketched in roughly like this. And then I'd look at it again and be like, you know, this still isn't looking right for some odd reason. And it's making me a little bit salty in the process. Oh, I actually fixed it. It could double as an axe. It really could. It's so sharp. I can't work out why this isn't looking right. You know, it's maybe because it's not thin enough. It's probably what it is. You know, even again, like, just looking at the sketch down here on layer 11, I could even, you know, come out a bit more. You know, add a bit of another fluff there, just to give it a bit more body. You know, maybe even add, you know, a bit of some fluff over here. And there's also the fact that I've accidentally done this. You know, rule of perspective. Oh, what have I done? I just realized something. That's meant to be
this up because I've done something here. That's better. So again, just like laying in English, adding in layer mask so I can just fill through. And that way, if I accidentally erase something, I'm like, oh, okay, I shouldn't have erased that. I can just put it back in. And this is where like the all important part comes in now. So I've got the mouth. So I stick back on, you know, that bit. From here I'm almost improvising. So as I said, I can almost, you know, add that in, but then, you know, give it that cheeky little mouse grin, like, you know how mice in a lot of cartoons where they have that big overbite on them. I could do something like that with a Joltik, kind of incorporating the fangs of the Joltik and the fact that Raichu is the electric rodent. So, bit of a combination between a overbite of a rodent and spider fangs as well. And then from there I can actually like move around my sketch a little bit. So say if I didn't want the nose there, for example, I could move it there and then fill around with like drawing in the nose. Except I'm not drawing it that way. It's supposed to be like that. And I drew that way too big. So again, I've got flexibility and being able to move it. You know, I can rotate it. Just taking advantage of the fact that it's on its own layer. And then finally, we have its eyes. And again, I could almost like recreate these eyes to be my own design, so I could give it its own expression. I can rotate them. I mean, heck, if I really, really, really wanted to, I could even cheat and go dupe. Flip horizontally. Just fiddle around with the eyes until I'm about the position that I want them in. And sometimes that's annoying when there's a snap function on your Photoshop. Something like that, that's very close. Yes, I do like curves. Let that be taken out of context if it has to. Something like that. I mean, heck, I don't really have to keep it. I can almost, you know, as I said, remove the fangs and have it as the original Raichu face. And then from there as well, like, you know, we've got Raichu's eyes. We can add a bit more features from Joltik. Joltik does have two little ovals above the eyes. And I am pretty darn sure Raichu has stripes on its back. So, you know, I could very roughly just draw in, you know, just fluff it up a little bit as well, since you would assume the rest of Joltik's body is all fluffy. So, you know, something like that as a stripe. A black, that would act as black stripe on Raichu's back, I do believe. Something like that. I mean, heck, I could even do a bit better. Something like that, like as an example. Like, I obviously keep fiddling around so the actual stripe looks like it's curving around the actual body and not actually going through the ear of Raichu. Could be an actual start. Lol. Something like that, for example. It's really hard when I don't have it, when it's a bit hard I don't colour it in either. I mean, heck, if I really, really wanted to. What was another defining feature of Raichu? Raichu's a bit boring, actually, isn't it? I'm trying to think, like, is there any other defining features on Raichu? I really, really need to clean up my pictures folder, don't I? Oh my god, I can't find the picture of Raichu. Did I not save it? I did. It's got 2 brown stripes at the back of it. It does have brown. It is pretty boring. I mean, you know, we could even add in, like, similar to what Raichu's pattern is. And again, had them all, like, you could even... You know, I'm trying to think how the fluff would go on this. Something like that, I'd say. You know, fluff it up. Again. Yes, I like fluffy things as well. Except, well, I like fluffy things when I actually draw them correctly. You know, that can be like the brown, dark brown on the Joltik, and then still probably adding like blue and brown should work together without colliding too much, I'd say. Let's have a look at that. Like, Joltik was more of a... It's more of a blue colour like that. They kind of clash. I mean, heck, I could even... You could even do like the feet of Joltik. You know, even like Raichu's cheek colour, which would work. Trying to work in with the colour scheme. And go yellow like that on the paws. Like, down here. Because this is the thing, I've got to work colour schemes in it with it too. So obviously, like, you know, the main body colour would be orange. The gems up here above, or gems or whatever they were, bulges would be brown, which is Joltik's little eye bulges. The ears would still remain brown. That would be yellow, like normal it would be on Raichu. That'd be brown, brown, yellow. Then we could yellow there as well for the little foot pads. That kind of almost wraps up, I think. I think that looks pretty good. Oh my god, shiny colors. Does Raichu even change that much when it's shiny? What does shiny Raichu look like? I think shiny Joltik is more of a... I think it's more of an orangey colour for Joltik. Let's go quickly look that up. I honestly didn't think of doing shiny. But then again, I don't like shiny, so why would I think of that? I think Raichu goes more of a darker brown colour. Okay, so it goes more of a saturated orange colour. And then like the yellow turns more of a skin tone colour. And Joltik just goes more of a greeny yellow. And the blue becomes more of a saturated blue. I definitely like normal Joltik there, and as for Raichu, I still prefer normal Raichu. Nah, those colours are fine. But I think that looks fine for like a Pokemon fusion. I mean, I do really like the overbite for Jolteon as well. So as I said, it does really remind me of a combination of like a cartoony rodent with the overbite going. I mean, heck, if I really wanted to go, you know, really cartoony, characterizing, you know, I could even do this. Round off the fangs a little bit and have them as like actual rodent teeth. I did the details too big there, but you know, you kind of get the point there. Like, you know, you could even make it look like actual rodent teeth. I really don't think there's anything much else I could do to that. You think maybe like, you know, do another overdraw of it, fixing up, say, like the leg here and fixing up the details, like the fur layers on the legs, fixing up the fur on the head as well. I could even, you know, I could even extend the fur onto the tail and make the tail fluffy. You know, going, you know, say like, you know, something similar to what I did with Farfetch'd. Except maybe not that fluffy, or, you know, overdoing it. You know, that could be a little too fluffy. You know, we don't want to overdo the fluff. But then again, when you look at anime like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Dragon Ball Z with the over-dramatic hairstyles, you know, you could almost get away with that. But, you know, coming down like that, or, you know, just the occasional bit of tuft of hair. I can even like go through and say like, you know, make that skinny and then fluff it out there. Okay, adding these little random tufts just to define, as I say, give a little bit of extra body and characteristics to that particular body. And, you know, we don't have to completely go off the original source material for Raichu's tail. I can almost fuse it with Joltik's, you know, characteristics being all, you know, fluffy and all that. I mean, heck, as I said, I could almost sit here for hours just going like, you know, what we could add to this particular fusion mon, and like going over doing different, improving on the sketches with different layers and all that. But I honestly feel, you know, how long have we been going for? Nearly 5 hours. I kind of feel the fact I did that in what? Less than an hour was impressive. But then, of course, I gotta go through and do the liner or fix up the actual sketch itself by doing another sketch. You know, that could take another 2 hours just to improve that. Then the liner itself could take, you know, 4 to 8 hours. It's, yeah, I wouldn't be able to do it in stream. But having said that as well, I should probably go have some breakfast and maybe think about some sleep. Woo! I think I deserve it. So yeah. Big thank you to everyone who turned out to the drawing stream. I hope you guys liked the... Oh, Ben will come along and make improvements. Oh yeah, lovely. Thank you for coming along to the drawing stream. Hopefully you guys like the whole gimmick behind the drawing stream. Comparing, like, you know, me possibly doing a design for a t-shirt on stream, going through and, you know, maybe either sketching it up or colouring it in. Or even doing something random like this, going and drawing like a fusion mon, or going through and having people request things for me to draw as well. I can even do that. I mean, heck, I do enjoy doing things like this. It does bring out a bit of my own creativity, and it even goes through the whole artistic process that I use to come up with some of my own sketches. And as I said earlier in the stream, each artist has their own technique. That technique you saw was my own personal technique when it comes to digital art. Other artists may have other ideas on going through and doing things similar to this. It is really interesting, like, you know, someone may come along and say I do things completely different to that. And I'd be like, sure, I would definitely like to hear how other people do things like this. You know, even just now I noticed that the ear could be down too small. I could even bring the ear in like that. You know, as I said, the fact that I do things on different layers as well means I can fiddle it around, Frankenstein it a little bit better, which is awesome. And it's like an awesome, like, bit of a nice experience as well for other artists who are looking for inspirations on ways to do, either improve their artworks or their drawing skills, or look at different ways of improving or experimenting with their own skills. So yeah, I can't say when the next stream is. I haven't planned any more streams. Arc Pokemon Evolved kind of has been on hold now because of the recent update destroying the mods, so I don't know when that's going to come back. And battle streams, I've got nothing ready due to 24-hour live stream using up all my streams. So at the moment there's no streams planned. I guess a stream will happen when I'm ready to do a stream, or I feel inspired to do a stream. So keep on the ear out for it. Either on my Twitter or my Discord or my YouTube, whatever. I may sprinkle a hint of a stream if I feel like one. So anyways guys, again, thank you for tuning up to your live stream. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and until next time, this is Lady KrimZen saying ciao for now, but not forever. Ciao!